Playbook wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Good morning. It's time to get into the action and see what we can come up with today. It's another day where another little shakeup, and we got to pay attention because I think, it's going to be a really big day for the markets. We're going to get the Fed minutes. That's not the biggest concern. It's more, we're just like hanging out here at the bottom. And I think this is the time where we make a decision. Are we going to rally here in Q1, or are we going to start to break support and start to go lower? Big day for the market. We'll talk about why right here on Trade the Pool. Let's get to the action. Let's take a look at the trades out there that we can be watching. And first, we want to dive into, of course, our chart of the day. We'll get into the overall market action. So let's take a little peek here and see what's going on in the market this morning. A little bit of some back and forth action, but I'm seeing a little bit of some perkiness now. We can just pull this down to kind of get the full picture of the SPY right here. Let's get to that action here. You guys can see the SPY kind of hanging out here. It was starting to come back up. It was up there towards 686.65, but now it's coming right back down. And one of the things that I saw yesterday was right towards the close, some kind of selling. And now we're really starting to see some bigger pickup. Right. And so I think that you need to start thinking, are we going to see the drop today? We'll be watching to see what happens there. A lot of what I've been doing is using the deeper time frames. I think this is what you need to do when you go into times of higher volatility. So that's what we're going through right now. And this gives you what? Better ranges to play with. And if you want to be doing that, that's going to help us see where resistance is, right? Because you can clearly see that this is a resistance zone right above here. Right, so up here in the 686 to let's say 684, we start to running into selling right now. Where are we seeing buying? Well, we're seeing buying down here. Whenever we cut down below the 680s, essentially, you're starting to get more and more buying. Will we make another attempt to go down there? Those are all things to be thought about. This is why I always draw these kind of patterns where it's like a first move, right? Second move, that pullback, kind of building in here. And then now we need to be paying attention to see if we get that next move, right? Are we going to get this type of move down? And is it going to break down? Or could we potentially not get that move down here? And then we could actually see a kind of a recovery candle. And that's something to think about, right? So we'll see what happens on these stocks. But this is the overall market. The Qs look very similar. If you take a look at the Qs on the 4-hour chart, and this is what I've been doing more and more, guys. I think it's important here in times of volatility expansion. So it's just one thing to learn. Deeper time frames when we get into more volatility. Another rejection areas, right? Support at the bottom, V bottom look, but it needs to hold the V bottom. Another thing to think about is trend lines like this. If they can hold, then those are looking good for V-shaped recoveries, right? We'll see what happens here. Pay attention to the market. Let's go looking at some trade ideas that we can be looking at today. First, our chart of the day. Chart of the day, of course, I throw it out on my Twitter every single morning. MoneyMitch_TTP. You guys can always catch that. I'm going to be pushing them to get that out there also on main Twitter. But we'll see what happens there as we're getting a nice little break back above the 390s. Looking for this to climb above towards 400 and 420s. This is a longer time frame trade, right? This is a long frame mentality, guys. This has been going back since pretty much October, September, and now looking to see that this starts to come to play again, right? A lot of the energy and utility kind of faded away for a little while. Now it's hot, and it has the pattern that I always love, which is what? Deep time frame pullbacks, a psychological scare, and then the move higher, right? At that point, now we can start looking for strength and looking for higher low actions and trying to risk near those kind of spots. So for me, anything back to 380s looks amazing, but we're already at their 388.28. It's going to be a little bit harder to kind of catch that right now, but I do like the way this time frame is looking. So this tells me be patient, Mitch. Look for this to come back into the 380s, 382s, something into yesterday's support or a prior day's resistance, and then look to tackle that on a pullback, but TLN in the utility space. And this one will also be moving with different names like VST, another name that I will give you guys on a trade idea. You guys know these are like gold to me, and I think these look awesome here. You can scroll back, look at that. Nice little trend line approach. Nice little rip higher, right? You guys can see how this is kind of building in here. Now starting to poke its head above the trend line. And we'll see if it's able to reload and really get going today in VST and different utility names. All right, let's keep going. There's other plays, of course, and we can always give ourselves a little doorbell, wake ourselves up as the trade keep coming in hot. Let's go to the next one here. What about a potential play on ONDS? Talked about this yesterday, how this could potentially make a move with AVAV going a little bit higher off of the JP Morgan kind of mentions. And shout out to Jane. I know Jane was watching AVAV, so I know that she kind of was bullish on that one. I was looking for a little bit of a further pullback to play. I hope she was able to nail that one and take her gain on that one, or maybe holding it right now. We'll see what happens. But looking at ONDS, this is bottomed out here at 9. It got stronger yesterday, of course, with the mentions that are out there. We'll see what happens. Look at the strength that came in into the afternoon. I was thinking about playing this around the 920, 930s, as this was a kind of undercut and rally back. This is why I'm talking about the deep time frames, because look at this on the 4-hour. All right. And this gives us the ability to really kind of hone in and attack these areas, right? So you could have been saying, hey, it seems like support is clearly down in which space? Down here, right? So anything that comes into this area is going to be opportunities to risk towards the low, right? Maybe this 870 and tackle this. Well, it came back here to the low there of 887. And so you could have been attacking, let's say, the 890s, right? And then risking towards that. That would give you an awesome risk to reward and a real quick recovery, right? So more edge am I seeing right now on the deeper time frame. The deeper you go, it's actually helping you because you're getting around the volatility right now. If the volatility is what's shaking you, well, try to get back in the time frame to really see where the support really lies. All right, let's keep going. We'll see what happens there as ONDS and AVAV will be definitely on the radar, but you can also look for RCAT. Right, this could start to make a lift there. UMAC could start to get a lift. These have pulled back enough that I want to watch these. Yesterday, what does it do? It undercuts, scares a lot of people. So now we know where support is, right, around the 1120s. So if I wanted to tell myself, use similar strategy that I've been talking about right here, we're looking at the 4-hour undercut somewhere into this 1120 to 1105 range, and then risking towards the 1080s, right? So anything that comes back into that zone could be an area to attack. We know that resistance is right here around the 1170s, so maybe a fake out to 1180s out the gates, a pullback into that zone, and then a rip higher. We'll see what happens in RCAT. So those are 3 ideas just in drones alone, right? So let's keep going. Let's go to another name here. Let's go to on long, a footwear name, and I think this is something definitely to look into the space. This space has been hot, so we'll continue to look to see how this performs. But hey, guys, on footwear here. Let me know if you guys have ever worn on shoes. I know they're more in Europe, but footwear heating up, and weekly's pullbacks looking really nice. It just broke the daily trend line at the 46. So we're gonna go to weekly. Let's go to the weekly. You can see here how this has pulled back significantly over time and started to work its way back, and now starting to really kind of break towards the upside. If you go to the daily, you can draw it a little bit tighter down here towards this 46, right? So the shorter time frame trend line would be something looking like this, right? But I would stick to this longer time frame because the longer, the better the trend line works, right? So something up towards 48 is what I'm looking to see. I think we're just getting started in this move. And if Nike can continue hot like it's been doing and the sector continue pushing, this could be a target towards 48.50. So we'll see what happens there. Nike, also a name that I'd be watching. You look at it on a longer time frame, you pull back, right? And let's say, let's even go further back on the data here. Let's see how far we can go back. There we go. So pretty much what I'm trying to see is that, this stock has been on a complete downtrend, and it's starting to turn this around, right? So we'll see what happens here. But if you drew a trend line all the way down, and you guys know how I love my long-term trend lines, this tells me that, hey, maybe it's time to see Nike actually turn things around here near the bottom and start to go higher. We're looking for real economy names. Names that are making money are the names that have been doing well. So keep an eye on Nike to see if footwear can continue hot. Let's go to a name that had earnings. Let's take a look at a win in Las Vegas Sands after No, it's not. It's Caesars. Caesars had really good earnings, so we're taking a look at Wynn here. Look at Wynn on the pullback. This is not a bad area to look at. We'll take a look at the daily chart. Daily chart has a little bit of a hold here, pushing towards like it wants 118. Has been on a pullback as of late, but just did that what I love to see, right? And you guys keep seeing me draw out these patterns because these are the patterns that I've been really trying to hone in more and more of, these undercut and rallies, right? So this is that undercut, that 107.50 undercut. Now it's starting to come back. I'll look to see if it can pull back into that trend line and then hold, right? They're called throwback looks. When you get this look where you get a push above, you got it to scare down, and it's a really nice scare because tell me you would not be wanting to close this if you were bullish this name around the 114 just a little while ago. Now you undercut this area, you scared everyone out, and now the stock is higher. So at this point, you can now start playing games with people. As this stock goes higher, we'll look for a quick little pullback here to kind of jump in. If we can get any type of action back towards, like say 112.50s or 114s, lower that action, that's going to give us the ability to look for a little bit of a chop and then a pattern higher, right? So I always like these type of patterns that kind of chop a little bit, give me that consolidation, washed out some traders. Now I'll take the shot and I could risk off of, let's say 110, or even that area where a lot of buying came into play. All right, we'll see what happens there, but those are three different plays there. Win is definitely a gambling name that I'll be looking into, but we could also look at an LVS. Let's take a look at LVS, Las Vegas Sands, or dare I say Macau. Of course, China holiday tailwind in play right now, and their markets are actually closed, so it tells me more and more. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of some gambling in China right now, and that tells me that, who knows, maybe these are the stocks that get some news and can get a little potential lift there. If you look at the daily chart, this has already been pulling back for a while now. Now starting to get a little bit of some sideways consolidation strength here. Short-term trend line, looking to see if it can break above the 58, go to 59.60. Maybe a run to 61 is in play to fill this gap. So there's a little gap here above to fill. Let's see if we can get into that space, get up there. So a play here on a name that probably you won't hear too much about today, Las Vegas Sands. You might hear someone mention the earnings, but we'll see what happens on a sympathy play off of this. All right, let's keep taking a look around out there. We'll get to the sunrise report. We got a lot to get into, guys, so let's keep diving into the action today. Let's go to the SPY and see what's going on. I'll take a little bit of some coffee and we'll keep moving. What's going on? I'll take a look at some traders out there. Any comments, any stock that you guys are watching, of course, throw it up in the chat. It's good to see you out there. Dorothy, Larry, watching Jane set up on her X account. There you go. Jane is out there. If you guys are not following her, well, I definitely would. And I love Airplane Jane. It's somebody that I've been, at first I was, a fan. really starting. Back in the times when I was even studying warrior trading and all the gurus and furus, man. But Jane's been awesome. She's been in the industry long enough that she knows her ins and her outs and definitely sticks to her game. Good morning to you out there, to everyone out there. And I see some tickers flying in there. TTD. We'll take a look at some tickers out there. Let's keep it going. It's a good morning indeed. Time to keep things going. Get a little coffee and let's go make some money today. What do you guys say? And are we going to see a little bit of a sneaky rally today, or will we see this continuation downside? I'm that bear. Probably the bear in me is already like, "Rawr, look at that down candle." But we'll see what happens. I think it's a very important day. And what's the stock that I talked about would be a telling sign? A telling sign indeed. Sandusk, right? That's the stock that I talked about yesterday. Would it drop? Would it get the fall? Look at that drop yesterday from 615 down towards about 580s in after hours. It went all the way down there towards 567. So really nice drop there. Bounces back in the after hours. And then what happens? Shaplow this morning right back down there towards 576. So we'll see what happens on this. And I think this is a telling sign. I think we got to really watch to see what happens on names like Micron today. Will we get a topping candle here in Micron? Will we get some downside action to come into WDC? Right? Will we get ASML? Oh, hold on. It's doing well this morning. It's actually approaching a trend line break on the upside. If you look at this on the 4-hour chart, and I'll kind of scroll back so you guys can really see this. But if you kind of tighten it up here, you'll be able to see this trend line. And it's a good one to watch for, right? Because this one could just rip higher and then start climbing the industry overall. ASML's semiconductor equipment stock. Let's see what happens on this one. Will it be climbing today or will it get the free fall? I think these are all stocks that you really kind of watch because that's where the strength is in tech and that's where they can keep holding up the market. It's going to be an interesting one, that's for certain. All right, let's dive into the Sunrise Report. Talk about what's going on in the market this morning, what stocks are moving, and why, of course. Let's go a little closer and see what's going on right now. You guys can see we've been having this topping action, right? And what I see here is a lot of topping, right? So seems like we can't get above this kind of trend line. So that's another thing to keep thinking about in the overall market. Like we went up here, we went up here, we went up here, and then we just started to fail. And we couldn't even make it back up to that level. So we started to reject here. And this is the big concerning areas for me, is up in this space, are we finding bigger shorts are starting to win on the price action? Let's get to the action. All right, here, and let's talk about what's going on in the market here. Let's go to the next level here. Into the Dow Jones. Dow Jones Industrial Average was up this morning. S&P 500 was also up, but now you're seeing it start to take a little bit of a dip there, right? So the tone is constructive, though conviction feels measured, and we need to be keeping an eye on what's going on out there. While tech, of course, waits to hear what the Fed subtext comes out today. We'll be getting, of course, the minutes released there. That's 2 p.m. We'll see how the action reacts off of that. Will we get some action off of that? It's going to be more about rate cut outlook, but I don't think there's going to be too many surprises there. NVIDIA and Meta, though, powering the tape this morning. Of course, yesterday's headline really isn't this morning's headlines, but it belongs to NVIDIA and Meta, as NVIDIA share rose 2% in pre-market, and Meta announced it would deploy millions of NVIDIA chips. So let's take a look at Meta, see how that's performing this morning. But of course, NVIDIA was up in the pre-market. Let's see how NVIDIA was holding up, because Meta was holding up a little bit better there. And look how it's starting to fade really quickly off of that news. It tried to give the news. It tried to give some positive news. We'll see if NVIDIA can hold into this. This is actually being able to hold right now. This is kind of like your savior holding up the market right now, as the NVIDIA shares are rising here, even though we're seeing some other areas get that downside, right? Of course, Meta announced it would deploy millions of these NVIDIA chips in standalone Grace CPU chips, Blackwell chips, and next generation Rubin systems. So, pretty much aligning themselves with the next hardware and the hardware that they have right now, right? So Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg framed the expanded partnership as part of his push towards personal super intelligence. While financial terms were disclosed, analysts estimate that the deal runs into tens of billions. Meta previously signaled up to 135 billion in AI spending in 2026 and has committed to a staggering $600 billion US infrastructure build out by 2028. So this is where that capex, this is where that build out really is important, because what I read here is yes, the data centers are going to continue getting built out and all that, but the important part for me, small details. I always like to focus on that. If all this infrastructure is going to get built out, well, guess what? We want to keep playing those picks and shovels for maybe the next 2 years, right? Because majority of these data centers aren't going to be up till 2028, right? So we need to be thinking more in continuing picks and shovels, industrial plays. Those types of plays are what stand out to me in this. Two mega sites, though, under construction, one in Ohio and one in Louisiana. Right, this deal marks NVIDIA's first large-scale deployment of its Grace CPU as a standalone processor. Right, it reinforces NVIDIA's full stack strategy, spanning to CPUs, GPUs, and network and security. This is the big move, right? Because if NVIDIA can really win in CPUs, that's when things will start to shift a little bit even further in NVIDIA's favor. So if you want to know the growth story for NVIDIA moving forward, I don't think it's so much focused on the GPUs. We know they're best of breed in GPUs. It's all about can they deliver on the demand there, but more along, I think you start focusing on CPU usage, because as CPU usage starts to increase with NVIDIA, that's when we're going to start seeing a shift away from Intel, right? So who wins there, right? Intel has always won there, and you got AMD processors to also compete, so they could be starting to steal further and further into AMD's lunch, right? And so I think you got to watch to see if you want NVIDIA's big growth story here moving forward. I think it's not so much focused on that GPU, but looking for more of these custom made AI CPUs that could be standalone processors and really reinforce that full stack, right? All right, of course, big money moves. Let's go to Amazon and talk a little bit more about what's going on there. Amazon up 1% after it looks like there's Bill Ackman coming in here. Yep, Pershing swear. Increase its stake by 65% in Q4. Amazon is now the fund's third largest holdings, and I think this is interesting. Why are they betting on this? Well, I think they're betting on AWS coming back, right? AWS, of course, is Amazon's cloud computing space, right? And that's what I think he'd be betting on if he'd be taking a shot. But that's just my outlook, right? Who knows what he's really thinking here with Amazon? But it's really gone nowhere, right? In pretty much 4 years, right? So if you think about this, we're back into 2024 pricing. We keep kind of going back and forth, kind of up and down. Really haven't taken a new breakout in Amazon in a long time. So hey, is this a big bet? Yeah, pretty big bet. We'll see if Amazon is able to hold on here and Bill Ackman's Pershing square. All right, let's keep going. Let's go Micron. Micron did have news. It's higher on a boosted stake also. So that's out there. Software, though, still on shaky grounds here. I'll bring in Pan W with that one. This earnings really kind of hurt it here, and it just can't hold on. It was in this kind of bear flag, and we keep talking about these because I feel like we're having a lot of these kind of dead cat bounces, bear flags, where it just kind of comes back, right, and then just gives you that hammer down, right? So you can see clear bear flag there. Now, of course, with the earnings really kind of crushing down on this one, and boom, down she goes and breaking down a little bit further, just breaking the lows right now. Pan W going further down. This is where I'm talking about the concern is in the market. This is why you got to be watching IGV to see if we get the breakdown today, because everyone's looking at the market, but this is where I would be focused on, because if this breaks, I think you'll see some further leaks start to really show up also. So you can clearly see that line there, right? Will we defend that area? That's another thing that could happen, right? So maybe you're long and you want to play longs. Well, anything down in that area is going to get the bears feeling very juicy. Feeling like they got it, right? Well, we'll see what happens. Do they got it? Will software make another low? We'll have to be keeping an eye out to see what happens there. There's some more stocks we can talk about, but I think we're going to go ahead and just go towards our traders. We can talk about a little bit more of the market context that's going on out there. Of course, Fed minutes coming in today and the bigger picture out there. AI infrastructure winners like NVIDIA, Micron, ADI, and CDNS are holding firm. Application layer software names still kind of the area to kind of keep a watch to see what happens there. And then, of course, capital spending from hyperscalers like Meta continuing to refine the ceiling for AI investment, and further investment shown up today. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get to that action. Let's bring on the man, Michael Nas. How we doing? What's going on, man?
Another great day. Another great bullish day in the market. Nice rip. Second we left stream yesterday, so I guess we have to give credit to the boys for that one. We came off stream and the market just kind of ripped all day long after that.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting. I saw that kind of action coming back. I mean, we could say it was a rip higher. It was a little bit interesting in the tape. But hey, let's bring on, of course, our Apple call, best call yesterday in Apple. Jane, how we doing? Flying in. What's going on?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Well, today I was looking at really seasonality of everything, and we have the minutes for FOMC. So I always look back 3 weeks. What did we do 3 weeks ago on January 28th? Well, we opened higher and then we just dropped down. So I am looking somewhat at a repeat of that today. Come 2 o'clock, maybe we rip it up to 687.85, and then they sell it off and take it down. So looking for a lot of volatility today in the market based off of the FOMC minutes. And looking at NVIDIA being up, looking at those names that are lifting it up, but getting ready for that rug pull that's going to just potentially obliterate people that aren't ready for that volatility.
Well, it definitely could be that volatility type of day. We've been talking about it before when you came on. I've been showing up the 4-hour resistance zone, and it seems like we just keep rejecting in the 686 range. Have a lot of topping here, and there's a huge trend line that we could be breaking. I know a lot of some technical analysts are pointing towards that in the S&P 500, and we kind of already undercut that, and now it'd be kind of that rejection away from that line, and that's where I think it gets important. It's not just cut it, right? Cut it happen all the time on trend lines, but when you see the stock go back to that and really reject that trend line again, that shows that not only are we seeing maybe some shorts come into the market, but as the stocks go up, they're willing to short more, right? They're willing to hammer down and look for that breakdown. Of course, software names are on the verge of breakdown. I think that's the area that we could really start seeing the leak come right back into the market if we do get some further down break there. And I saw all the banks out there trying to defend their positions in software. So that's the one that gets me more like, oh crap, they're exposed here. And they're trying their best to put out the good press releases out there that, oh no, but software now the multiples make sense. Now they do, right? After the tumble down, right? Now they make sense here. But that's what happened to your price target, dude. That was like all the way up here.
I will say I actually like PLTR and I like Amazon where they are because of where the bigger money is at the moment. Those two are looking nice. And also when I look at the inverse indicators, for PLTR, if you pull it back and you look at the daily, you'll see that we have the bigger money since earnings are down. They created that double bottom 128.89. If we can really break above 139.50, that would be my next spot for the profit taking. If we're able to break above that, I think we're going to quickly see this move back up into the 150s. And on Amazon too, when we look at that, big money is located down at 199.23. So we need to break above that 205 level for that to have some further legs to the upside. Otherwise, it could be, sell the rip, right? The downward price action movement.
Yep.
Also, looking at the inverse indicators, right? You guys know I check this every day, getting 3 red across the board. Just the Dow that is not showing a full on sell signal yet. But other than that, I have 3 red across the board. For the big money positioning on the Russell, it's in positioning right now. I get a yellow. I get a caution. It's in between my big day trading levels, so it's not confirmed one way or the either way. But we are starting to see selling wicks.
I think it's something to watch for. And for Palantir, I wanted to add there, it's up 3% after Mizuno upgraded the stock to outperform, citing improved valuation and sustained government commercial demand. And then also to note, Palantir's CEO saying out there that if Americans want less ice, that they should be pushing the government to hire more Palantir. I thought that was an interesting comment. CEOs out there, man, they're willing to talk. Let's just say that, and I think that's what you need too.
By law, right? Like
No,
if you're not,
I mean, there's so many quiet CEOs out there. There's so many CEOs that stay hidden, right? I actually think it's a good thing, right? Like, that's your job. Like, go talk up your stock, right? Like, what the hell? Like, as long as you have your money invested, right? You have your positions, right?
Well, and you have a fiduciary duty, right? You have one job, and if you don't do that job, which is to maximize shareholder value, you go to jail. You should go to jail, right? That's like your whole thing. So no, I get out there, say a bunch of worked for Elon, say a whole bunch of stupid stuff.
Yeah,
right?
learn from the Elon book, and
doesn't have to be good.
No
stuff.
press is bad press,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Too, Jane, right? And that's why I always talk about that. There's good PR companies and bad PR companies, and it's important though. But you want PR. If you're not getting PR, guess what? Then no one sees you, right? So there's a reason why some of these stocks stay in the news, right? There's a reason why. Right. So let's keep looking at names like that. I did see Caesars had some interesting earnings. So some casino stocks doing well. Palo Alto getting hit on their earnings. Do you guys like software or casinos? That's what I'll pitch you guys here. Which do you like more here in this area?
I think casinos.
Madness. Oh, sorry. Go.
Yeah. No, I like the. Again, we talked about it yesterday. Anything that like big physical costs and outlays that everyone hated before. Casino seems like they can be, if you're a gambling kind of freak, you can go on Polymarket or whatever now. But so give me something that's like a cruise line, airline, a hotel, something like that.
Okay.
I think there's going to be a lot of money flowing into there because people are like, hey, it's not, you're not going to wake up and Claude's going to have built a hotel that you have to worry about.
Yeah, just a note there, right? You're talking about consumer cyclical style stocks, your lodging, and there's a lot of different areas there. But I would say that just to point to it, it was one of the hot sectors and industries yesterday. So something to keep on watch there. That's why I brought up a footwear name. It falls into space. I've seen some apparel names holding well, like, your A&F, your Urbans. So just want to always bring in some sector and industry information for you guys out there. Jane, what do you think here? Software, you like some cybersecurity, or are you more casino fan?
Well, you know what? I think that let me look really quickly. What was it? Shield? SLD? Wasn't that it? The global defense tech. We
Ooh,
got
I like
Yeah,
that. That is global defense tech there.
that
yeah.
is the most insane ETF for like a chart
Right.
I've ever seen.
And if you look at that, pull it back on a big picture, right? We
Oh,
see
good
that it's
Lord.
had a
That looks
nice
pretty.
retracement.
Yeah.
You know, right now I'm really more on the hey, I want to look at day trades because the seasonality is showing that I like to go long on my swing trades, right?
Hmm.
So the seasonality is showing that until March, it might just be better to concentrate on the day trades because the swing trades, especially with FOMC minutes, like that could derail everybody's plans. And they're thinking, oh, it's going to be great the last, 10 days of February. Maybe not. Just going on average statistics, right? So if we look at it, but there are some other, I was just looking at bets as well, BETZ.
Yeah,
So when we
bets.
look at this, it's so heavily beaten down. I'm surprised you didn't look at that one, Michael. That one is, to me, oversold. And we just had a massive 40,000 shares yesterday. I mean, that's not that massive, but
To
compared,
bring
yeah.
some background details into the space, there was a ruling yesterday that pretty much gave the predicted markets a nice backing. So I think that's one thing just to mention there. But I think you got to keep up with the space, keep up with the themes, right? Of course, DraftKings also bought a predicted market, right? So will they be able to just keep everyone going into their app, right? Because that's what the idea is. That's why Robinhood created the predicted markets, right? They want people to stay in their apps, right? They don't want people going out and going into somewhere else to make bets. They would rather just you stay right there and make the bets from right there, right? So we'll see what
Well,
happens. It's an interesting space for sure.
yeah, definitely. Flut is the biggest position, but they have
Oh yeah.
pretty wide diversification. So FLUT, let's check out FLUT on that as well. Right now, I'm showing on bets 1739 is that big money level. Flut has just been oversold, beaten down. That's got to go above 154. Don't really like it so much. But
And
I
just
think
to note, on bets also, what do you have in here? You got some casinos plays, right? And so that's what I like too, right? You have your software exposure, you have your MGM exposure, you have Caesar exposure, right? And that's the one that came out with the good earnings. That's up towards 2020. So I'm just keeping an eye on it. It's an interesting space, right? I think you could see some lift there, especially if we're going to keep looking for real economy. If we're just looking for anything real economy and we're willing to buy it all, casinos could be on the list.
DraftKings looks nice if you look at that
DraftKings,
one.
it's
Yeah,
in the hole. It's in the hole. It's been
yeah, it's
as
above
beaten
big
down as
money since
possible.
earnings.
Yeah.
But big money's at 2203, and then from the last quarter, where are we? Last quarter we're up at 3458. So it's got a big. I mean, I like to trade level to level there as well as round numbers. So that's up at the 161 exponential, roughly 3445. So if it could move up, you got a nice potential 50% off the bottom. That's that nice oversold that you like, right, Michael? Beaten down,
Yeah, but
back mean
right.
reversion.
First beaten down and then showing some signs of life. That's the second important component, right? It's the difference between trying to catch a falling knife and getting something that everyone hates. So for this, it would be maybe a gap fill and then hold that or something like that. But yeah, just especially after an earnings report, everyone hates it. It's down. And I think I checked the seasonality for this, and it's really bad this time of year, I think.
Let's see.
I have the seasonality. DKNG. And I always like TrendSpider has a great tool for this. Yeah, February is okay, and then March is just awful. It's like,
Yeah.
right, just
Yeah, it looks
horrible,
like
horrible.
bottoms beginning of April.
Yeah, so maybe by then it will have filled the gap or something like that. But yeah, and this is again, I love about this. It's a simple widget inside of TrendSpider, which is a partner of ours. If you want to use them, and you can just go in, you can look, and you can see, yeah, 50. If you look at, we keep talking about February. Well, 60. It's roughly like 60% of the time every month the market's up, And in February, it's only 53% of the time. September, it's only 52% of the time. So these are kind of your worst months. And then back to 60% up move in the other side of things. So, yeah, so you can always go through. Like if you're wondering, oh, does DraftKings have any benefit with what the Super Bowl? Yeah, it seems like a little bit, right? There's a more up move in February, but that drops to like 0 in March. And then you always just got to keep in mind, right? DraftKings has been around for 7 years. So you only have 7 years of data. How much weight you put on of that, that's entirely up to you.
And how much did people bet while they were at home during COVID that could totally skew that?
Yeah, well, that's why it's good that it's like, so the way this is reported is percentage positive, which that is a good point that it's not showing magnitude. So if it's positive by 1 cent, then it would technically get put into the positive category. But yeah, and then, again, the beauty of all of this data that we have now is there's never a need to guess on anything anymore. There's never a need to say, oh, I think that, I've noticed this correlation between this. It's like, do you just look, just ask, right? Ask the AIs, look at the data, figure it out. And, sometimes you find that, yeah, maybe you're onto something. And sometimes you find that you're just seeing shapes and clouds, and either of those things are fine as long as you take the time and figure out whether or not you're seeing the truth or not.
I also have the cryptos up. Coinbase is looking nice. Riot is up today. I don't know about Mara. Excuse me. MicroStrategy still has big money above it. Mara right now, don't like Mara as much. It looks very similar to MicroStrategy, and big money's up at 1033. Let's look at IBIT as well. But definitely watching the crypto space to see if they are going to recover from this beaten down action that we've seen the first 2 weeks of February. Do you know if there's a seasonality, Michael, for crypto?
Yes, actually, really. Have you ever met Crypto Burb, Adrian? No, I don't know. He's been around.
No, I don't think so.
He's great follow on Twitter. He's been in crypto forever, and him and the guy who writes the Almanac sat and they did a crypto seasonality. Let me see if I can find it. So it was a crypto master and a seasonality master sat down in a room for a while and just went to it. Seasonality Hirsch. Yeah, and they went through. Now, part of the problems, like the reason that here we go. And I'll post this in chat if anyone wants to get real nerdy with it. Like it's they wrote a full-on paper. And they did this a couple years ago, and so far it's been following pretty well. The problem with it is you only have data since 2011. So when you're doing things like annual seasonalities, well, now you only have like 10, 15 years. The thing I like about stock seasonalities, they can go back almost 100 years at this point. So it's still only 100 occurrences, which, every system I build, if I don't have at least like 10,000, I'm worried about it. But it gets pretty close. So yeah, you can go through and there's, right, so here's the average monthly performance for Bitcoin. February is pretty good. September, it's funny, correlate it perfectly with the stock market. September is usually the worst month. And then also November, December is usually pretty good. But yeah, you can see, and there's
that's a cool chart.
Yeah, the 1 year seasonal patterns, right? Generally. So if you want to focus on where we are, there's February, March, April. So far, they've been good so far. But yeah, so I just posted that in chat if anyone wants to take a look at it and just go through. It's only like a 5-page paper, but yeah, a couple CMTs sat down and did nerd stuff. But again, it's no knock against them. It's just the fact that you don't have that much data. It's why I'm only getting into crypto systems now, and I just didn't do it for years and years because I wanted to see at least 10, 15 years of reliable data that I can go back, because no one knew what Bitcoin was before 2015, 16. No one cared. So, which was hilarious because we had a Trump admin then, and he was doing nothing but talking all kinds of smack about Bitcoin. Then he figured out that, hey, those people vote too. So when he came back, he was a pro Bitcoin guy. But yeah, so you only have about 10 years of data, but you can check it out. Generally pretty good this time of year. Then also, again, if you want to use our partner here, TrendSpider, you can just go in and do Bitcoin USD. Try to find an exchange that's been around for a while, like Kraken is a pretty good one. Some of these other ones, and then you can just look here. So February about 57% positive, and then March about 67% positive. So, if you're a big seasonality person, it looks like Jane was talking about, you take a little bit of a nap maybe for the next week or so, come back strong in February, hopefully with a lot of cash, and
March.
and put it to work, or March, and put it to work. So
We will see what happens there. And new accounts, those baby accounts on Robinhood. Maybe Hood is the pick instead of Coin. I don't know.
yeah, so I don't know the mechanics behind those, where they're going to put them. It's really cool to see a lot of rich people.
Well,
kinda helping out there.
you're gonna have to get a Robinhood account if you don't have one. That's the key.
Are they doing them all on Robinhood? I thought it
Yes.
was just really.
You got to go on Robinhood,
That's how you get your Trump
and
account.
then
Are you
and
sure?
then you'll be able to. From what I've heard, you're able to transfer it, but you got to kind of get it there.
That's
So it's
crazy.
the IPO there.
So-
That's who's launching it.
Yeah, so that'll mean that you have to kind of get there, right? So that means that they'll get this artificial customer boost, right? So that's why they did it in the first place, right? Because hey, this is something to look for. It's a trade, right? It could be, what I would look at is monthlies, and you're waiting to see any type of sideways action on Hood. Still hasn't happened, but you never know. You might be able to get Hood at $50, and Hood was at one point $153, right? So then you're getting it at a pretty good discount, right? So I think you wait and you look for like that one more big down day, or if we get a big down day in the market, this could get to 50 in one day. Who knows? And that could be your capitulation low to attack a name like this, right? I think we're going to get that type of action day in Bitcoin also. So I'd be looking for days like that if you're looking to buy Bitcoin. I think you're going to get a big down day, and then that's when you get your chance to come in.
So Claude disagrees. I'm going to check in ChatGPT here. Claude says that they open with an IRS form. No Trump accounts are not exclusively open with Robinhood. In fact, no accounts have been open yet. The program, blah, blah. Robinhood's role is under consideration as one of the initial trustees, has been internally preparing for that possibility, but no beneficiary has been selected as of February 2026. Notably, large players like Fidelity and Vanguard have reportedly been on initial candidate lists as well, which has raised Robinhood's profile in this race. So unless there's some more new news.
9:30, ding, ding, ding. Let's get after it, traders. Let's see what we do today. Will we get back above the resistance? 4-hour resistance around the 686 is the real area that we can't seem to get above. So we'll see if we get some further downside here out the gates.
Yeah, so important, we're opening up inside yesterday's range, and we're opening up inside the pre-market range. And we have, like we've been talking about, the FOMC minutes later. So this is very much, watch.
Copper doing well out the gates there. I'm going to look at that. That's FCX. That looks pretty good.
Watching that.
And Valet just had earnings last week. Massive prints, and we're below it. Bouncing off the 33. Exponential.
Oil popping here. I don't know if we talked about that, but yeah, oil's
energy. Energy is leading the action to the upside right now.
Dollar, which is interesting because dollar is up. Right, I see dollar and commodities all up. Who's lying?
This has, I think, the oil is they're seeing Iran, all the action that's going in Iran, yeah, all the extra military boats, all like the Navy has put out, I think, like a couple more aircraft carriers. There was like, I think it was like 46 like big jets positioned. Like we're pretty much positioned for war right now.
Silver's up above a big money level, SLV above 69. We'll see if we can hold there. Talk was talking about gold as well. So ZSL, I have not seen that big money rotation just yet, But interesting enough, I checked GLL, so the inverse for gold, and that's giving me a gold long signal. I got to add that to my list over here. Big money is at 1877, and that is showing right now we're at 850, so we're below. So it's going to give me a long gold signal.
You're seeing space stocks lift today, and I think that's an area to keep an eye out for you guys to see if we get the lift. Sandust is bouncing a little bit today, so if that can really ride up, that's where I think the market really starts to climb back. Watch your action on that. It's starting to lift. That's going to give the market that nice little lift look. We'll see if we can see tech holding on here and actually driving. It's not doing it right now, but there is some areas that are hot. Scientific technical instrument names are leading technology right now. So you got like Garmin that's up, Keys that's up there, TDY, some names that are kind of leading that action. But Garmin would be your earnings stock that's pushing that drive.
Got a first trade here, a long in KNF. Whatever KNF is, big push up yesterday, a little bit of a pullback today. So just taking a small
OTC
bet
stuff?
on that. KNF, is it?
KMF, I have dollar-based currency pair.
KNF.
Oh, N.
Knife Holdings. They actually make knives. That'd be hilarious. Non-energy materials.
Materials, there you go. They just had earnings yesterday.
Yeah, so this is one of the second day plays, algos that I have that's looking for yesterday.
BORR, those like penny kind of oil names are doing well. If energy is going
what's
to keep doing well, those can keep doing well.
Husa? Is that that's the
Husa.
that's the meme?
You got Rig, things like that. HP, NE, Seadrill, SDRL.
SEDG. This is one. It looks like I missed the
Solar
entry
Edge.
there. Yeah, I had great earnings, big gap up, and it just kind of puked right off the open, gave it all back. Right to the.
I love that. I love that analogy.
It's just, yeah. And this is one of those, again, I have a system that looks for this where either the open is the exact low or the open is the exact high. Not exact, but right, very, very close to. And it's a pretty good system because it's just saying that, well, off the open, somebody had their finger on the trigger to hit the market out button. And sometimes you can get some really good continuations if that 5-minute bar closes with, right, that open being the high or the open being the low. Just, goes to show people were not waiting to take their profits on this one on the gap up.
I'm watching the dollar important play, I think, today to see what happens, to see if you're going to get that continued move in silver or not. I don't think it can continue to move if the dollar keeps going higher. So we'll see what happens. I'm watching it.
So
And if we look back as well on the 28th with the FOMC announcements, that seemed to be a catalyst to the upside. So it went from 96.11 up to 97.8 or 98 almost. So are we going to have that continuation move to the upside?
We're starting to see the leak in the IGV. It's starting to approach that danger zone. So I'm going to keep an eye out to see if we start to see real hard leaks in some software names. We're seeing it already in certain names that were strong, like even an AI name like Rubrix. ServiceNow down 1.7%, almost 2%. Snap down. It just had news. Snap tried to make like an OnlyFans feature. We'll call it Only Snap here, but definitely Snap on the downside. That stock is slowly but surely disappearing. I've been talking about that for a while, but some people thought they would come back. I don't know how.
Small caps. Yeah, small caps, new high of the day. IW or SPY getting close to the high of the day.
Oracle starting to drop there, guys. I don't know how long this Qs can hold on with these. The Qs aren't holding on. We'll see what happens there.
Definitely relatively
up.
Right, we're seeing
1.2% or 1.8% almost. Sorry.
The interesting part is just the energy holding up actions here today. Financials aren't looking too bad though. That could be kind of your one area that kind of hangs in here. Interesting to see that it's the data and the stock exchange is up. So that's interesting to look at. right? You got your coin, you got MCO, MSCI, ICE, right? International Continental Exchange.
I IBI IAI. There's an ETF for that. And it's been looking amazing. Yeah,
Yeah,
IAI.
there you go. So
It's
that could
been
be kind of a play that you don't normally think about. But if the stocks are telling us something, sometimes we just got to do that, right? And we got to play something that we don't really know, right? This is
well,
why
we've got
I like going for strength too. You see, Michael always point to it too, right? Like
yeah.
the
If
stocks
silver
don't
can
lie to you, you know.
if silver can break and hold above 77.37 on the futures, then we have a big gap of roughly $2.70 on the future. So we could see all the silver names rise.
Yeah, I'm trying to be patient today and not jump too much early because I got to watch that IGV to see what happens here.
We've
I
got
told myself I'd be patient.
your average large cap stock is looking like it's going to hit highs of the day right now, and then we have IWM has just did a little bit of an undercut there. It's just been ripping off the open. So just like we've been talking about, most stocks are doing awesome right now, and then you've got some stocks that are doing poor. And the reason that that's weighing the index is the ones that are doing poorly are just larger market cap than the ones that are doing well. So you look at your portfolio, and if your portfolio is down today, well, you picked the ones doing poorly. So right, go back to the drawing board and pick the overwhelming amount of stocks that are doing just fine. And again, you can see that when you're looking at the IWM continuing to make new highs. Really going to watch yesterday's high on the IWM. If we get through that, that'll be interesting because the IWM is very close to all-time highs. It's like a percent off from all-time closing highs here. And RSP, we made all-time highs yesterday. So
RCAT going strong there. I like that name there. I saw a break also FCX alert there in copper. Start looking for plays here.
got to shorten this MGA. I don't know what this is. And then also SMX. I know this is one that Kevin was talking about yesterday. So the system took a bit of a hangover short on that one. A big gap up yesterday, and then pushed down a little bit after that.
Gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. Did you get AVAV yesterday? It's on the pullback today.
I did. I liked it for
Nice.
a day trade. It was awesome.
Nice. ONDS is one to kind of watch for continuation there. Also, very similar stock. We'll be watching that one. It's on the playbook. Holding in right now. Did undercut to 10 there. We'll look to see if it starts to push right back to the upside here. RCAT holding really well, guys. Nice little breakout there towards 1192. Those were another name that I gave you this morning to look at in the drone space. I'm trying not to buy breakouts right now. It has not been working. So I'm trying my best to wait for deeper time frame pullbacks.
Yeah, RSP is getting real close here to new highs today. IWM continues to rip. We're right at yesterday's high on IWM, up 0.5% there. SPY hitting the new high of the day as well, so we got even the equal weighted versions going. Q's continuing to be weak. Like I noticed yesterday, a lot of the high flyers like SNDK was down 5% yesterday, and we closed up pretty nicely. So again, just a very bifurcated market. It's like you can't really, we keep looking at the indexes, but I don't know if that's even the move right now because it doesn't matter, right? SNDK can go down and SPY goes up, and NVDA can rip, and then the Qs can not go up, and it just doesn't matter. Which for us, right, that should be great. Right? Focus on these kind of individual names. Speaking of NVIDIA, I've got a short here in NVDL for NVIDIA there. Again, just looking for a little bit of a gap up retracement on there. I got 11 positions on right now.
SPY.
Long or short?
Long. Bouncing
well.
off of the 683 4-quarter big money level. Going with the theory of that's a big money support. They're going to rip it to sell into it later in the day. My target this morning was 687.85 based off of my 3-hour chart. So looking for that to perform.
Yeah, well, everything's right. We did a little bit of dip on the morning. Everything's looking good. I'm not expecting much from either side just because FOMC, right? So you know, it's a very common thing. You get like initial weakness, you go up a bit and down a bit, and then you have FOMC, and then the market decides a direction the end of the day or tomorrow sometimes.
Really nice play there. Win talked about 114, 115 area for buy. It's already to 116.22. So casinos doing well, leading the consumer cyclical area here today. Not a bad one. Casinos. Cha-ching. Caesars up 7%. Just to state that also. MGM up 2%. Bunch of names up like 2%.
Like I had like 5 signals of why.
LVS also China,
a
right? Macau,
retracement
baby.
on a fib for the gap, you know, like a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that's a good one. Alcoa really doing well there. I'm looking for pullbacks. It's just been $1 out the gates there. I talked about copper, aluminum, basic materials, now leading the market, right? So that's what I've been looking at there. And what am I willing to play? I'm willing to play the top. What's the top? Aluminum, copper. Right, so FCX, your SCCO, aluminum, you got AA. You can also take a look at it as a different play like KALU that just had earnings. So this is on a push with earnings, so that could help it, right? So aluminum getting a little bit of some backing today with that report. That's KALU. You also got CENX, which is Century Aluminum Company. So just going to give you guys all the aluminum companies that you could play.
SPY continuing to pop here.
I like that one, actually.
Financials up 1%. We have IWM up 0.75%. RSP screaming at new highs. She's a good day for the markets. What is it? IBIT down and healthcare down a little bit, but trying to hit new highs of the day. Everything else I'm watching here, new highs. So not good for my short-only swing trading, but or my day trading, but my long-only swing trading is doing much better. We got Mara here.
Dollar is up and commodities overall are up except for natural gas. So somebody is lying because they're usually inverse correlation.
Exactly. That's what I'm watching for. Watching to see what plays back into that. Because if it can keep going, there is some plays to look at today, like the metals plays also. A lot of people are watching some of those plays like uranium plays like CCJ, your URA, if you want to go ETF style. Right? They're watching that. They're looking to see if the dollar is going to take the downturn, but they're already kind of getting in it, right? So they're not willing to wait. We'll see if there's some type of pullback here, or if it's just a runaway trade.
Yeah, IVG is barely positive here. Bounced off yesterday's low. But I love that we've confirmed that we don't need NVIDIA to go up. We don't need software to go up.
I don't think we've confirmed that, man.
Just doing a great job of. And I just love the once the AI trade's done, everything's done, people. I wonder what they're going to grab onto now. It's like IWM just screaming. We're almost up 1% here. Just absolute rocket ship here for small caps, for financials, right? Just been up every candle so far from the open. XBI, biotechs are doing amazingly here. This biotech chart, this long-term chart is really interesting to me. So the fact that we might be getting going out of this base is something I definitely want to keep an eye on.
Watching to see if the SPY can break 685.37. If it stops there, we've got R3 on the pivot. So I would say, you know what? Thanks for the little ride. I'm done. Otherwise, we got a nice big move up to 686.60.
Yeah, those pre-market highs will be interesting. It makes me, we've gone this far. Makes me wonder if, they would at least test up there, right? See if there's any kind of liquidity up there or something. It seems weird that if we were to get this high and then just reverse. stalling there just a bit. Listen, I'm happy being short like everything. So Wingstop, I'm short. Atom, I'm short.
What's
Generac,
your exit on silver?
I still have that silver position, but I'm annoyed about it because it looked like it was going to break down yesterday and then just bounced up. So I got stopped out a little bit. I've got a tiny little bit left. And then I'm just going to wait to see if the same thing happens again. If we get back to that VWAP and reverse again, I'm just going to keep punching it. It's one of those things that, I'll if I can punch it 3 or 4 times and then lose on one, that's still a good bet because first 2 have been great. And I'm just kind of trading around this core position, this core short. So every time we get near it, I short some. And then if we dip off it, I cover some and back and forth like that. And doing that has been great. And I've been doing that with, like we talked about, the that ZSL, ZLS, SL.
Yeah.
Just a great little instrument for it because it lets me sleep at night.
Yes.
Because, just shorting this, they call it gold's crazy cousin for a reason, wouldn't make me feel good that I'd be checking my phone in the middle of the night to see if something crazy was happening. So the fact that I've got an instrument like that, silver goes to 1 million, this goes to 0, fine.
Small limitation. They would probably split it, I think, beforehand.
Yeah. Well, they've done it with that MicroStrategy. What MSTU I think has gotten split like 5 times now. The leverage long one, just because it keeps. Yeah, they're probably gonna have to do it again soon. This was $2,000 a share. Now it's 5. So
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. Tag asking, how long do I keep a trade on? A lot of my algos I use time stops for. So my swing trades, they're out in a week. My investments, I rotate every month. So sometimes they'll stay there. But I do more of like a rank choice there where it's like, okay, give me the top 10 largest stocks or top 10 best performing stocks. So one of those names could be in there for years if it just continues to be in the top 10 best performing stocks. And then someday it will just get kicked out. Like I had NVIDIA for a long time, then it stopped being one of the strongest stocks, just stopped going up. So I just kind of reversed out as well. And yes, but for discretionary trades, it's all about my idea, right? My idea is that, silver isn't going to go to 0 or anything, but it's probably just going to chop around this range for a while. So I'm playing the range. And that was from, I showed you guys those charts looking at the last times silver went nuts like this, and that's what it did. It just spent the next couple of years just incredible volatility and then just kind of bled back down to a normal price after that. Right? They always say with commodities, the solution for high prices is high prices, and the solution for low prices is low prices. Silver gets high enough for long enough, it's just going to people are going to be more incentive to find more silver and pull it out of the ground and sell it to people. And if it gets too low for too long a period of time, people are going to be incentivized the other way. They're going to, stop pulling it out of the ground. So it's trade dependent. But yeah, swing trades about a week. Investments I look at every month, and then day trades I just hold to the end of the day, obviously.
And it's important to know what sort of trade you're getting into, I think, when you're getting into that trade. So you have your strategy based off of that.
Yeah, I think time stops, or I've heard some people call them shot clocks or things like that, are very underappreciated. And I got a lot of this from Peter Bryant, who's just like an OG. He's been trading for 60 some odd years. He's like 90, and he still swing trades commodities, which is awesome. And he always just has a philosophy that anything that he's down on Friday, he sells. And he's been doing that for like 50 years. The idea is, if I still like it, I'll buy it back Monday. But it gives me the weekend to kind of reset. And he has this thing has to very quickly start working for me, or I kill it and I move on to something else. And it just ends up being a really good way to keep that kind of mentality. So yeah, before I get into every trade on the swing trading side of things, I've just found an optimal hold time. Doesn't mean it's going to be optimal for every trade, but optimal for the length of the trades and go from there. But that's in stocks. I think commodities are a little differently because they can go, commodities we talk about all the time. They do absolutely nothing and then they do everything. So, right, they do nothing for years and years and decades, and then they go crazy for way longer than people expect. And then they go back to doing nothing for forever. So for those, that's why I think the trend followers really, really shine in the commodity space.
Booking having a good day, that's leisure. That's going to start to push things. It had earnings and it's recovering pretty well. So that's going to help your consumer cyclical now come to the top from the open. That's why I pay attention from the open, guys. I talked about how that area was hot. It wasn't an area I was watching, let's say 2 days ago, but it's an area that's hot right now. So that's why your auto truck dealerships are doing well right now. You're having Carvana rip to the upside here. So if you're looking at Carvana, that's getting a nice one. It had earnings too, so it's a nice backing type of action. So that could actually move Tesla to the upside. We'll see if Tesla starts to get a lift today.
Yeah, SPY here is putting in a bit of a low and then a nice bounce from there. So we're looking good from the SPY standpoint. I actually did get short CEG. That first 5-minute candle was huge though. So, that's not the best fill, but whatever this atom is, short is looking fantastic. We pretty much top tick that one. QMCO, which is quantum stuff, I think, is great. And then this SNES just triggered to the short side here.
Isn't that Sony? Senes, no. Sorry.
Senes Bio, one of these low float,
Sony
crazy
Sony.
guys.
Never mind.
Bloom Energy, nice little rip higher. Electronic component stock.
APP tax talking about. Are you down with
Yeah.
APP? App loving. Oh yeah, that's a popper right off the open there.
Tesla's up 0.4, almost flat. NVIDIA's up 1.6. Gold 2.3. Silver, SLV up 5.7.
Yeah, that's going to be the beauty of silver for a while. I think the overcommitted are going to have a real bad time, but the active trader is going to have an amazing time. You have the huge parabolic run, then you have the blow off, and then you have it's like someone
Hood lifting.
throws a grenade into something, and then you've got all of the stuff that you've got to deal with after that. The outcome becomes a big problem. You're seeing hood pop here. So what does that mean? Is that Bitcoin? Yeah, Bitcoin.
Watching SPY test that R3 level again.
Space stocks.
Yeah, we're ripping oil. Look at that. Look at the USO chart. That's a buy program right there. Just every candle is an up candle so far for oil.
I love USO. Been in it.
Yeah, everywhere I'm looking.
I had a target of 85 on USO.
IWM up over 1% now. So small caps up over 1%, which is great. IBIT did a little bit, and you can just look at Bitcoin here. It's a little better proxy. But this is a 30-minute candle, so undercut this little support here. Ripped right back through. And yeah, IWM up over 1%. So we're well over yesterday's high. We're getting close to an all-time closing high on IWM, which is good for those who celebrate.
Isn't it like 271?
Yeah, broke R3. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I guess there's that little. I forgot that little gap up candle. Below that, it's like 267. If you just don't use that candle. Fed news today, TAC. So maybe this is a pop expected on Fed news tomorrow. I don't know if there's any more Fed news tomorrow. There's Fed news today. That holiday mess you up.
That can be that nice usage for the takedown.
Let's see if it'll break
Later
686.
Yeah, nice breakout there of highs on SPY.
We had a big money level pre-market that was right there at 685.42. So just looking to see if this can continue on up to test 686 and 686.12.
Good. It's a good day. Not in my, if you look, not in my day trading account because I'm short here, but swings are doing nice. I just took a quick peek. That's the family Fed for this month off today's rally. even with
And they could take this and just, take it up, take it down, but basically sideways for the day, range bound until 2 o'clock, because, it's just like, in my opinion, like pre FOMC, because they're laying a position again for that big move is what I've seen time and time again.
Yeah, well, that's why I've got this line here on the pre-market high for the SPY. I wouldn't be surprised if we get near there and come back a bit. But it's one of the, again, this is the market where you have to look at the SPY for what it is, which is large cap tech. That's just not been the place. It's not been the zone, right? Large cap tech has not been where the fun has been had. It's on small caps. It's kind of everywhere else except large cap tech, and those things are doing great here. So that's where my focus kind of hangs out is
686 break, 686.12.
And yeah, IWM continuing to make new highs here. Even IWC. Problem with looking at IWC intraday is the illiquidity, but that's doing well. That's your micro caps. IBIT is trying to go positive. This might be, if you want to grab a laggard, that might be a place.
All right. Getting my finger ready on the sell here, watching the price action.
Ringing the register.
Yep.
Feeding the ducks, as some of the old traders used to say.
If it won't stay above 20 and we go back below 12, I'm out.
Expensive stock making a new high. Fabrinet, I think it's called. But it's an electronic component stock. It's an AI play. It's making a really nice move. It's a really nice chart.
All right, that was nice.
That is a nice chart. Yeah, good trade.
It's a pretty
one. In and out. Less than a half hour in. Done for the day.
Yeah, beautiful. I also drew a trend line from early in the morning about the tops, and it hit that trend line and didn't like it. It rejected. So that's why you draw things and respect them, right? Respect your rules.
Absolutely nothing from our boy Walter Bloomberg this morning.
Picks and shovels plays doing well in AI. Those are the plays that are doing well.
Let's put on the dollar. We broke above that big money area of 77.3750 on the silver futures. Let's see if we can continue higher up to the $80 mark.
Yeah, the SPY's continuing up here. Really, I think the main zone we got to watch here is, again, that pre-market high. I've got that at 687, give or take.
Yeah.
See what happens when we get there. It's interesting. The SPY is ripping, and then if you look at IWM, it's still making new highs, but it's like the torch is being passed a little bit. It's losing a little bit of momentum at the same time that the SPY seems to be gaining a little bit of momentum. So important to watch. I'm getting stopped out on a bunch of stuff here. So, yeah, not a good day to be short only. That's for sure. But that's why I make myself feel better by opening up the swing account.
FLNC starting to get a nice little push. Bloom Energy higher. A lot of these names higher there. So seeing those electronic component stocks start to push too. Real names, hardware names there getting the lift.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What up?
Hey, good morning.
Howdy.
Missed my awesome SPY trade.
Oh no, you missed me getting stopped out of SPY and then getting right back in. So it seems
I'm watching 687.60 as a reversal zone for you. That was my full on target, but I got out a little early because we hit a trend line and rejected, and I didn't want to get. I was happy to just take it.
Yeah,
Not always going to get the whole bulk of the move, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I took a small stop, I took a small win, and now I'm kind of sitting here looking like, what do I want to do? I got into a little bit of ONDS this morning, as well as a little bit of FCX. So I'm hoping these kind of carry me on the swing side here.
Wow, that's
I've
two
been
two
talking about
completely different plays.
ONDS since yesterday, so good look.
It's it's on the focus list, and I see the potential double bottom there, that W forming. I gotta take a ticket. I gotta buy a ticket. It's one of my favorite.
PLTR I like off of the bottom. Big money's below it. Missed that one watching the SPY, but that's a nice trade.
Jan,
Yeah, I
did you
don't
say you
know if
like
I'm.
PLTR long there?
Sorry, yeah, I like it long.
Okay, gotcha.
Based
I'm
off of big money being down below. Let me pull it back.
That guy needs to brush
At
his hair, man.
128.89. Go ahead, sorry.
I just saying that guy. Did you see him in on his call yesterday? Like, brush your hair, man. Dude looks like a psycho.
my friend has a thesis. You can judge the strength of the bull market by how wild Tom Lee's hair is, and so I think this is starting to shift into Alex Karp's hair. So brave new territory here.
Well, and he's just like, I saw like a 2-minute clip on Twitter. He's just sitting at the table, just like plain white t-shirt, crazy wild hair, just ranting like a madman. And I'm like, okay, sure, I
Must
guess.
be good, man, when you can get that much money to just rant like a madman.
Like, well, you bring that
Starting
much.
to see the dollar roll over a little bit. So maybe we're going to get directional with the dollar reversal here and bigger lift on commodities.
Yeah, if I was,
Look to see if UUU starts taking off. That's the CCJ takeoff. So
that's what you use uranium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also rare earth metals, but
Three U's or 4 U's? How many U's?
4 U's.
Watts.
So
Four
hard to
U's.
say on stream.
This is what I've been saying for a while, and
Use.
I remember when I first started bringing this name up, I was like, "Yo, everyone's gonna hate me for even bringing this name up." Now everyone talks about them.
They're my favorite, Mitch. This is my worst open position right now. I'm minus 23% on UUUG, small position, and I'm looking.
Of
Maybe it's for that.
course. Of course.
Michael,
Yeah,
don't you
why not? You know, like rare earth, uranium.
You know what?
It's
I
not
might
enough.
trade
Double
that
it.
one today.
Double
I
it.
like it. I like it.
Double it. Leverage. Listen, I'm all for it. Give me those 5x leverage ETFs. They're gonna hurt a lot of people. They're not gonna hurt me. Right?
Yeah, bring it on.
Silver's got a
URA
nice
lifting. You see all these
$2
lifting.
potential move to the upside here on the futures.
Oh, you
KLO also doing well. Regulated electric. That might be a swing for me. Oh yeah, that's a swing for me.
Your
Let me see
boy
if I
just
can
came
put it
across the
in.
tape here. Oscar
67.
Oh no!
up 5% today.
All
All
the
right.
usual suspects.
I'm going to see you all on Monday. That's it. I'm out with the bling,
Hey,
keeping my
bye, Jen.
silver ringing to the highs. All right, bye.
Take that bling. Take that bling.
One and done Jane, we'll call. Just came in, made a couple bucks, off she goes.
Bada bing, bada boom.
All right,
That's
going to take a starter here in OKLO long and look for some pullbacks to kind of add in. I want to get some pullbacks closer back towards 69 below, but starter there long on OKLO. This is trying to play kind of that bounce, that major bounce type of play. This is way down there on the monthly, but it's sitting on monthly lows. I like that look.
Mitch, I'm with you because I was looking at these. I was like, are these going to break down the SMRs and the NNEs? But they're holding the necklines.
Utilities, man. Utilities is where it's at. I really love utility names. I want more and more utility names. But of course, uranium is not a bad play here too, right? So UEC, that's another good one. It's having a nice lift.
And you also got to look at it and say, okay, well, you know, the market is hunting desperately for places that Claude are not going to kill, right? I would hope that we don't wake up one day and Claude has made us a small nuclear reactor. Like I would, you know, that would be horrible. So, you know, if you're just going with the theme of things that are just doing okay, then that's the idea, right? Is that okay? This kind of stuff, anything that's physical right now, people are just loving because okay, I can park money there because it's a bull market and I want to put my money somewhere and I can't put it in anything that, you know, you're going to wake up the next morning and Claude's going to go, oh yeah, we built that too and it's better. So hopefully don't wake up and Claude's go, yeah, I built some nukes for you. Like, oh,
For a number of reasons.
Yeah, I've seen that movie. It didn't end well.
Yeah, I'm okay on the existential dread. You know, well, let's just make some money.
I know it's so yeah, I think that that kind of stuff makes sense, right? Same with the commodities. You know, your physical things are what's hot right now, which is hilarious because it was the exact opposite, what, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, you're telling
And
me.
just shows you how things change, how you got to follow that price action, right? Follow the money.
And the narratives can change so fast. Like I was hearing a lot of buzz this weekend about, hey, maybe the commodity run is over, and maybe it's going to snap back into mega caps for like a week or two here. And I don't know. I'm just seeing more dip buying in these commodities, and
And
I got
Tesla
shook,
starting to rip.
I got
Talked about
shook out of
autos
them.
to get the lift. Tesla moving.
Yeah,
Stuff's
real
amazing.
quick, just on the FCX as well as the AA, so aluminum
Yeah.
as well as copper. I got stopped out and I just bought back in this morning. To be honest, like
It was a
I
good buyback, brother. Good
you know,
buyback.
if it works, it works. I'm here
This
to
is
make a
That's
little money.
clean,
so.
clean
I'll give
chart.
you an insight
Mhm.
that I've been seeing more and more, man. Is so one of the things that I think a lot of traders are doing wrong right now is that we're trying to use like the hourlies and not use the dailies enough. The
Yeah.
daily would have gave you all the edge there, all the edge you needed if you just paid attention to the daily. This is why I got to stay more and more, guys. I've been leaning more into swing trading and just completely erasing intraday charts or using like something like 4 hour or half a day
Yep.
I love
chart.
that.
Literally
Well,
just attacking the daily chart essentially.
Well,
this is
Mitch, you
why,
nailed it.
right? Charles Dow taught us like 100 years ago, the closing price is the only price that matters, right?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so I know so many swing traders that do the same thing, Mitch, where they don't. And I tell you that before I became systematic, this is was part of it. I would only manage my swing trades in the afternoon. I would put some crazy worst case stop, like in case the end of the world happened and I wasn't paying attention. But that's when I would decide, if I'm trailing something behind a moving average, show me a close behind that moving average. If I'm using some sort of trailing stop, show me a close there. Because yeah, the amount of times that you would get, right, a bottoming tail and then it would come back through would be awful. And then what you're going to trade for that is sometimes you're waiting for the closing price and the thing you wanted to buy opened and just ripped all day.
Yeah.
And you just have to be okay with, okay, I'm going to miss those. But in return, I'm going to get wicked out so less often.
oh yeah.
And I've now concentrated all my decision making into like a half hour period. So that's like game time, right? And now,
Yeah.
you sit down, you do your breathing, you get your brain rate, you do whatever you want. And then for a half hour, that's when you make decisions. And the rest of the time, just the market, let it flop around. Let the market do what it's going to do.
I mean,
Yeah.
you guys really nailed it. It's like you're dissecting exactly. I mean, so here's how it really went down. And you guys, this is just one of those things where I know better, but I got a little over leveraged, And so that when you're getting close to your stop, but you have a couple positions on that are correlated, and you're just like, hey, I'm going to take the L now. I'm not going to wait for this full stop out. Then you look back and you're like, well, if I was just sized a little smaller, I could have waited for that close, like you guys are talking about. And like I know, it's like, so it's just one of those things where repetition, I just got to keep hammering that and practicing that good muscle memory instead of the little bit of FOMO where I see multiple setups in the same sector and I'm like, I can play them all. It's like, nah, I'm going to be overexposed. So good learning lesson there. I'll be making a post about it today for the what I could have done differently.
One that I think I could attack maybe just off of the earnings is Valet. If the space is going to have the move today, it had earnings. It came down really significantly in the last, let's say, 3 days. So this is how you scare out traders and then bring it back, right? I talk about these all the time. Valet's chart, interesting one. As a scare out chart, coming right back. So looking for metals, minerals, coal names are interesting. Chemical names are interesting. If you guys haven't played chemical names, you talk about this one, I think, Steve. Dow. And I'm not talking about the Dow industrial average, but
Yeah, baby.
DOW. Nice recovery of the 90 MA today, man. Did you see that one?
I'm just sitting in that one, baby. I'm
That
in
looks
from near the
pretty
lows.
now. That looks
Yeah,
pretty right now. I
might
love
continue
that
for now.
recovery. It's in the right space. I'm
Mhm.
starting to look at this space as one of the a real interesting area, like Hun, HUN. I'll give you another name in this space to watch. If I don't know if you're watching this one, HUN Huntsman.
No,
A
that's a
lot of
new one.
volume coming in, undercut and rally above the 13s today. I love that look. Like today, it's like, choom, straight up. So that's what you want to be looking at on that one. Coal looks good. METC. If I wanted to take a day trade, that's probably be the one that I'm doing. right now, not really focusing on that. Trying to really just focusing on where the trends are really going, not trying to overreact this week. Staying with the rotation is going to be very vital here. One thing I do see in the rotation, definitely utilities have pulled back, leading the market now, basic materials, cyclical, and energy. Technology behind that, not far too behind as technology starts to lift there. You got to watch what's lifting there, electronic components. But every industry in the green there, solar green, software names starting to get a lift there. So you can start to look at the ones that are going to the top of the list, right? Because that's what's going to give you the benefit. If you just want like momentum, there's this SGN for these penny stock players. But just to call out a better quality, that would be your Shopify. Remember, I think I don't know if you still have this, Michael, but Shop now starting to bounce back there as it got the takedown and now starting to get the bounce back.
A little bit, not too much, but yeah, had a nice bounce. I took out on the day that I bought it. I remember I averaged in, had a little bounce at the end of the day. Took that most of that off, just because it was not being nice to me. So I took most of it off, and now I'm just holding a little bit. I feel like, and I'm holding the Canadian version on the TSX, not the US. I feel like I've got to be a proud Canadian with our one tech stock that we're allowed to have, which, this one's sucked for a while.
Yeah, I respect that. I got to think that some of these have just been hammered far too hard, right? And there's going to be some snapbacks, even if in the long term, maybe their mode is getting eroded.
I've been saying this since this sell-off started. Anyone who's this reminds me of 2008, where you saw it with Warren Buffett. If I had more money, I would have done more of it, but I was able to do very well by doing it. I was, like 18, 19 at the time, so I obviously didn't have a ton of money, but that was the piece of advice I got, because I was working in the hedge fund space at the time, and I was talking to a hedge fund manager, and he said, listen, kid, it's like, now's your moment. He's like, find 10 banks that you don't think are going to go bankrupt and buy them and put them in an account and walk away for 10 years. And he's like, you're probably going to be wrong on 5 of them. But those other 5 are going to do so well that everything's going to be great. So I picked Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Citigroup, a couple regionals, and I think 2 of them went under. And yeah, it ended up being like a 300% return over that period of time. And it feels like the same thing with software. Is you do a little research, you find 10 software names, say you got 10 grand to put in, right? You find 10 software names that you think will navigate this, and you put $1,000 in each one, and you put that in an account somewhere, and you set a timer, set a reminder from 5 years from now. And if you've got 3 of them right, you're probably doing okay. If you get 5 of them right, you're probably doing great. If you get 7 of them right, you're probably doing amazing. And right, just onward and upward from there. Because yeah, everything's just getting smoked because it's a no one knows what's going to happen thing. Right? There's a world where Adobe figures it out and goes right back to all-time highs, and they're the king in all this, and they just have AI built into them. And yeah, there's a world where no one uses Adobe anymore, and they just go to ChatGPT and say, "Build me this thing." No one knows, so they're just getting revalued, as in we have no idea. So yeah, it's not my game, so I'm not going to do it. But someone out there who's good at that kind of stuff, if you're not doing it, I think you're insane.
I think it's a little early, but hey, to whoever wants to take their shot, right? At least you're out. I just think it's still way too early, because what really has happened here, nothing has really broke just yet. So if it is going to be a breakdown, well, it's still to come, right? If it's just a scare, then yeah, maybe this is your shot, right? But my thing is, it all makes sense on why these are breaking down. All right. Like it completely makes sense. And it's not that these softwares are just not going to exist, or that Claude's just going to make a copycat. No, I've been talking about it. It's more pricing models. It's business models that need to change. So until you see that shift, I think these stocks are out of favor. Right, like you will see
that's why we're
volatility
talking
bounce
5-10 years out, right?
But
Right.
But hey, yeah, you take your shot here, and maybe you start averaging in and averaging down if it keeps going further down. But maybe ServiceNow is more that type of stock for you. You think it's going to come back? Well, And it did have a lot of people saying that it was going to be the best stock ever, right?
Right. That's all I could remember, how it was the blue chip and how if it dips 10%, you just buy.
Kramer said, "Hold it for your, hold it forever." Well,
Mhm.
Well, yeah,
Well,
and
I kind of
it's
represent the intermediary here between the 5-year hold and the it's not ready to touch now, because I'm starting to nibble, but I don't feel good. I don't like it yet, but I just know that
no,
if I
and
have it on my radar, it's gonna miss me, and I'm not gonna have these nice fills that in 3 months I'll be sitting back and going, man, I wish I bought more down there, you know?
yeah,
well, and that's why I'm saying, 5-year hold and you put it in an account that you don't see. Because if this is something that's going to bother you, that account does like a 30-40% drawdown, then it's not your game. That's why I said it's not my game, right? It's not,
not your game.
if you're going to look at, right? So basically what you're saying, say you think Adobe's going to figure it out, right? They're down 70% from all-time highs. Nothing's stopping them from going down another 50% and then figuring it out. So it's why you have to just grab, if you're trying to time the bottom, then it's not your game, right? It's just not your, then you're just more of a trader. So what I'm saying, like with those banks, all of them, I think that account probably drew down 30-40% after I made those purchases and ended up making a whole bunch of money on top of that after that. And yeah, it's just understanding that some people just won't be able to do that. And that's why, I say it's probably better. It's why I generally have two brokerage accounts. I have my trading account, and then I have my one that I take my shots in that are longer term in nature. And I don't have access to like that on my phone and things like that, because by design, if I'm checking it frequently, then I'm not doing it right. So I need to just, right, here you go, put these in here. I go and I look at it, I think quarterly, when I like have to do tax stuff, and that's it. But yeah, if it was my game, I'd be doing it now, but it's just not. So I'll just step aside and give that advice to someone else, just like that hedge fund manager gave that advice to me, which was great.
All right, watching to see if SMR is going to start kind of getting going here. Looking to see if those names can really push here. They do have kind of a nice pattern there, of course, with that undercut of the 14 today and then the rally back. The question is, how much will it get going? I'm watching the volume really at the bottom here. It doesn't make me want to run at it, but it has been an increasing volume trend into this downfall. And so maybe we're finally seeing positioning, right? And the positioning with the big volume came in right at this level, right? Literally right at 14, right? Like, so somebody at 14 is big. I can tell you that because you can just see it on the chart. So SMR, definitely a name that I'd be keeping an eye open for as this undercut is coming back, right? So you can see back here, look at this right here. There was a big volume spike, big dip buyer, right? So when are they going to probably load back in? Well, right when it starts to hold sideways around their level, right? So if anything, to me, this tells me that this big buyer is willing to step back up here, and I could look for a move back to going towards the 17s, 18s, right? If it can get up there, then we'll see if it starts to approach this trend line break back through the bearish pattern, right? This is still stuck in a bearish pattern, but it could start to turn from here and going back towards the 20.
IWM still ripping here, man. 1.35% in small caps.
It's an overall shake right now. I mean, a
Huge
big
day.
part of this is you're seeing those areas of concern holding up. Like I talked about, Sandusk holding up well, ASML holding up well, IGV holding up well, right? And this is what needs to hold if you want this rally to hold. You see those start to drop, I would be very careful. Those are going up with the move with the market, telling me more and more. Those are vital to the market.
I am entertaining. I'm not ready to put a hedge on yet, but I sold my hedges yesterday. Thinking I wanted 690.
Hey,
We've seen a little bit of resistance on the book map there in between us and 690. So I want to see what we do as we kind of approach those levels again. Looks like we're not going to just drop like a rock. So if we see another rejection, I might hedge up pretty soon.
that's one of the best ETFs I've seen in a while, man. That PAVE.
What's PAVE?
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, infrastructure's been the place.
Behave, man. I'm telling you guys, like names like Jacobs. This is the industrial revolution that we're seeing right underneath our feet. This is this is not the year to play tech. If
Yeah,
you're playing tech, you're probably messing things up, probably.
gotta
And that
gotta pick
that's
your
a telling
spot.
sign.
It's so hard. It's so hard to pick your spot. It feels like when you look at a commodity chart and you just kind of buy off the 9-day moving average, and you kind of do well. It seems so. I'm
It's
sticking with what's working.
so much of trading is about being in the right areas.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like I've just realized this over time, and then like either you're fighting the trend and trading the wrong areas, or you're trading the right areas and getting that tide that's just lifting the boats. You're not that good. You're just in the right areas.
Hmm.
And so
I love
those
that. Yeah.
I don't want I want to be in the areas where I don't need to be that good. Right? It's gonna make the trading a little bit easier being in the right areas.
And
Let's
Mitch, when you're in the right areas, the TA just works, and it's a beautiful thing, and it just feels good. It's a good
Well,
place to
that's
be.
the stocks in play, right? That S&B have been talked about for like 30 years. It's why most systems and algos just use some amount of relative volume or new highs, or these are easy things to detect via technical analysis, like you mentioned with there, Mitch or Steve, is that if the stock is not doing any volume and it's not doing anything that anyone cares about, technical analysis is almost useless, right? It's
Yeah.
just flopping about. This is why, yeah, the prop traders of old, right, and the guys in SMB for years, right, and one of Bella's thing from his book, I think I read almost 20 years ago now, was you're only as good as the stocks you trade. So one of the main filters they have is if it's not doing 2 times normal volume, just don't even look at it. Just don't pay attention to it. It's just not right. If the stock's not at, if it's just in the middle of a range, ignore it. Move on. Right. Fine. There's something out there that's doing something, and yeah, the turtle traders, right? That like TAC, they figured that out a long time ago. Let's buy breakouts and buy breakdowns, because if the thing's breaking out, people care about it. If it's breaking down, people care about it. And if it's just hanging out in the middle of the range, nobody cares.
I just
Oh,
hedged, by the way. Just seen a little bit of weakness into those big liquidity levels. Just want to not get caught if we do have a little bit of a dump out here.
In the SPY,
Yeah, it's
okay.
still very constructive, but just I gotta pick my spot somewhere. I was waiting for the 690, but I'm seeing these two bands just staring at me, and then I saw a big
it
red candle
ain't
kind of
gonna make it
pushing.
that easy, man. It ain't gonna make it that easy. That's what I'll say. The chop probably coming back into play. So, but just want to call out, of course, we give out a playbook every single morning here. One of the plays that I talked about today would it be the casinos or the software names or the snow, like the cybersecurity names, PanW? Well, LVS wasn't a bad trade, right? Nice little lift off there in the casinos. Then Win was the other call there. That's continuing to lift off also, right? So perfect calls there on those trades. We'll see if those can continue going in that space. And then we were going to compare it to Pan W. Let's see who won the battle. All right. Well, Pan W is up from the open, but you see it. It's very small up, right? So I would say that the casinos won the battle there today. But hey, just to bring you
IBRX.
guys two different trade ideas that you guys could be looking at and then seeing which one would win. Today would have been the casinos for sure. Led by Caesar's report, of course. That's why I was even looking in this space. Look at this liftoff in Caesars today. Nice little trade there. If you guys were able to trade some Caesars.
Look at
And that's
this
also
dude.
helping the gambling space. You saw DraftKings up. A nice little trade. So shout out to Jane out there. She was looking at DraftKings. She thought about DraftKings with this play. Look at that. Boom.
Boom.
IBRX.
Yes,
Nice little
if you
breakout
really
here.
listen to our show, there's tons of trade ideas coming out of here.
And
This thing's just
here's
been
one
getting
more
bought
for
up
you.
all day.
That's amazing. Is NAMS on either of your radars? This one's having a strong breakout on the daily. It's a
Oh,
Druck
Mas.
play. It was on his 13F, I
What
guess.
is it? NA.
NAMS. It's
MS.
New Amsterdam. It's some kind of
Oh,
pharmaceutical company, but
I
I'm
thought you
I'm
were
seeing
talking about a building material play, MAS. But that one's good too.
pretty chart. It's a pretty chart.
Yeah,
If it's that high and tight flag type look, if it can close over that last swing high where it kind of dumped out, thinking it's a valid bottom here, and we start to kind of grind up that right side there to new highs. It's a pretty one.
Yeah, it's a nice look. Yeah, there's a lot of this is why it's one of those times that, you gotta, if you're watching like a CNBC, you just gotta remind yourself they're trying to scare your grandma out of her shares. There's so much like the market breadth has been amazing. The amount of new highs versus new lows, the broadening out of this rally. And then all the people who saying when it's only 7 stocks, blah, blah, blah. It's not anymore. It's most stocks. So you just gotta go hunting, right? You can't stay with the old names that you've been talking about for ages. You gotta go find something new, find something cool. And there is a lot of that out there. So like stuff like this, it probably never heard of and might never hear of again, but could get a nice little ride. And in the meantime, again, Pepsi grows at like 2% a year, and they ripped like 15% in 3 days.
That's always pretty wild when those consumer or staples start moving. I'm always like, that's when I'm most tempted to play with leverage and options, because man, they move so crazy on those low.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, the IV of that thing would be like nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
We were talking about Pepsi right here at 150.
Boom.
I mean, that was a 14% breakout there, literally right here on the stream. That same day. So there's a reason why I pay attention to rotation, and this was a long-term trend line. One of my favorite plays. Anything that's especially longer than like 6 months on a trend line approach. Pretty.
If you like those long trend lines, take a look at Nike. Nike's just playing peekaboo with one of those.
Dude, you just gotta peek in the morning, man. Guess who was talking about Nike this morning?
Boom. I was I was lagging. I was looking at it while you were talking about it, probably.
Nah, it's great eyes. Like I say, real finds real, and this is also a real looking chart. It's kind of a way long trend line. Exactly what you need to see too. So for me, Steve, what you want to see on these is an insane amount of accumulation at the bottom, where when the stock was at the top, you see very low volume. And then as it came back down, you saw low volume. That means dip buyers really weren't there. And it dipped again, you saw low volume. Then it started to finally play sideways, and that's when you start to see the volume really start to juice in. And pretty much since 2025, this has really started to see higher increase of flow and volume, meaning that what? That's big money. That's big money positioning in. That's not just a retail being scared by, $2 or $3 and causing that much of increase of volume. So there's big position that's been going on in Nike. And I think they're positioned somewhere between, let's say, you could say 70 to 60, somewhere between there, building up positions. So you need to see this really break out above 80s to really show you that big move. But if we get back to 100, we start to climb above the 50 moving average. So I say you kind of just wait till you get your next cross of the 9 and the 50, or maybe use the 9 and the 20, something like that. And then that'll give you the signal of, okay, now we're getting multiple approaches here, right? Long-term trend line, moving average breaks, volumes with nice accumulation. And that's how you develop a high conviction play for a longer term rally. That's how I did with SQM, right? And we all know how SQM has performed. Same type of look, man. We love those type of looks. Long-term trend line breaks.
So this is
another one that I'll give you, a TLN. That is one that I'm watching today.
Oh, yeah. Talon Energy.
Talon Energy.
Beautiful company. They're really high quality from what I've heard.
All you need to do is just have Amazon as your favorite name, right? It has deals with AWS to build out their data centers, and Amazon has a ton of money to build out AWS. So I think this is one that you look at, right? Look at the strength right now. I've been waiting for this thing to pull back all morning. It got back to 380s, but it didn't get back into kind of the 370 zone. But it's holding well, starting to recover. TLN, Talon Energy.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big fan of that one. I got a one tester share that I still haven't added to it yet, but that one and my one tester share of GEV have just been holding down the fort.
Yeah, GEV, man. What a name. I remember when this thing was at 250 in that April tariff scare. I was like, yeah, if there's anything to like maybe just jump in, it will come back. I think GEV might be that one. Oh
What a
man, that
great,
would have been nice, right?
insane move looking back. Yeah,
Would have
great
been
call.
looking back and being like, "Oh man, this is why I think a lot of times traders ask like, how do you catch these big moves?" Well, you got to be looking at the strongest names that have really good outlooks moving forward. Earnings matter too, right? I know that some people tell you fundamentals don't matter, and they actually do, guys. It's just do they come in and out in the flows. So like I always say, if you can find any play that can check off the 4 variable box where it's a story stock where retail kind of likes it and it has a theme play. It's the hot area. It's the sexy thing on the media that they're talking about. That kind of action, check mark. Boom. If the fundamentals make sense, are the earnings growing, right? Do they have a really good guidance moving forward? Those types of questions, check mark. Is there a technical look here? Yeah, this one was when it was at that 250, it was just a long-term trend line pullback, nice bottoming. You wait for the moving averages to break, the volume to show you that accumulation, and then you can go after it. Check mark. Then all you needed was the overall market. The overall market was getting destroyed. So that's your negative. That's your like sad face, like, oh no, this is not all green light go. But as soon as the market started to turn with the tariffs and started to go higher, it becomes a check mark. Now you can get after it. You could have rode this up the whole way, right? That's what I always say. And I think that, if I maybe just traded on my own and didn't like do like, let's say media and just kind of hung out, those would probably be the plays that I would just wait to they check all 4 boxes and I'd just put like heavier concentration into those style of plays. But
No, I love that.
it's hard to wait for those too because you have to check all the boxes, right? So sometimes I go off with like 2 variables. I'm like, this has technical breakout and it has story. Maybe the fundamentals don't make sense, but at least we're having 2 of the variables, right?
Nice. No, absolutely. And yeah, shout out Talk, by the way. He was in this the whole time. He held, I think he added when it broke out and then back tested that on those gnarly couple red candles before the real ripper. So that gave me a little faith to hold my small position as well. Shout out Talk as usual.
Checking in the poll in the chat, guys. There, dropping in the poll there. How you doing on the day? Find out. We'll take a look at the poll in just a little bit.
Got a little green action on the day. Guys got some green action on the day?
I got a little bit red in OKLO, but that's just because we're starting to fade, guys, and the fade came in.
Yeah,
Day
that's why I
trading,
just grabbed the hedge. I was just like, it's not spark and joy for immediate continuation. I'm still bullish, but I can slap a hedge on.
yeah, day
Never
trading
hurt
not
nobody.
doing so well. Swing trading, amazing. Because one of those I'm long and one of those I'm short. But yeah, the swing trading's been a very good day from the swing trading standpoint. Day trading, because I'm short everything, it's not been going so well.
Hey, but like you said, that's when you look at the other account and you just remember we're long term.
Well,
Long term's going up.
well, it also reminds me why you do the 2 accounts, right? Why I'm shorting in the day trading account pretty much exclusively, and then long in the swing trading account because markets generally go up over time. So I want to take advantage of that natural phenomenon. And then for the day trading, I'm trying to take a little bit more shots here and there from the short side of things. And today just was not the move, but that's all right.
TLN starting to recover there, looking interesting. VST also on my radar, and BEP in the utility space.
I'm looking around the sectors. How do you guys feel about healthcare right here? I'm kind of thinking
I like it, man.
might be time to buy on this
I
little
love that
pullback into
long-term chart.
the daily looks really pretty to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
the
pretty
long-term
all
chart
around. I think one of the charts that I've been looking at is like AbbVie, but Johnson and Johnson's been doing well. I think you got to see Humana start to kind of stabilize. So if you want to see this start to really rip, you need the healthcare plans. Healthcare plans are going to change this up completely, right? You get this chart to start turning around, and things will look 10 times better. It's just this is like that it just keeps throwing the rock. It's like why tech can't get going now because software is going to be a drag, right? And so you got to look in the sectors and see, is there a drag in the sector? Is there something that's going to hold back the overall performance. And it's usually one industry that does this.
Yeah.
This can happen. But when it's all green light goes in all the industries in the sector, that's really when you get that drive. That's why energy has been driving the way it is. Because when you look at energy, it's not just one area in energy. It's all the names, all the industries going in one direction, right? And that's why I talked about the cyclical. Yesterday, I saw all green light go there. It wasn't that big of a sector-wide move, but the industries were all green light go. That's always a telling sign. It's like looking underneath the hood and then realizing you have an engine that you didn't expect underneath the used car that you just bought. You're like, whoa, what the hell was here? I didn't look at this. Well, now you need to, right? You're seeing today what's leading the up action. You got basic materials, but consumer cyclical, what is it? All green light go. There's not a single industry in that area that's struggling right now.
Yeah.
That tells me something, right? That tells me that there's rotation being put on into those cyclical areas, right? Whether it's right now, and I'll tell you what's leading the day, right? Resorts, casinos, leisure names, auto, truck, and dealerships, specialty retail, restaurant names, recreational vehicles, like even like MBUU, Malibu boats. Yeah, because that's what needs to lift off right now, right, Steve? The Malibu boats, you know?
And it's like what Michael was saying, we're getting this broad based, like everything's participating. Look at RSP just being a complete Chad. And so it's still so interesting because we had that narrative in the context of this, 3-month long consolidation period. And then we also have some wild moves under the hood. Like we have, I think the average stock, I forget, it's some statistic like the average stock moved 10% or something in the past couple of weeks, while the index moved like 1%.
So look at this. This upper line is the cumulative advanced decline line. So if this is going up, it means, right, more stocks up than down. And you can see this is the SPY. So the SPY has done nothing for this period of time, but the whole time, more stocks making out to new highs, the new lows, kind of the whole time. And often you'll see this, right, these kind of divergences. At some point they have to catch up. And it's again, goes back to the meta conversation of what is the market, right? If the market to you is the SPY and the Qs, yeah, it's been rough because the SPY and the Q are made up by 7 names mostly. And if you're looking at it's not a stock market, it's a market of stocks. So if you're looking at the market of stocks, if you're looking at all the different stocks out there, there has been no reason to be worried the entire time. Everything has been this whole time grinding higher even with software getting destroyed and whatever narrative they've been feeding you the whole time. Every time there's been a downtick for the last couple of years, everyone's trying to scare you out of whatever, but quietly, especially when we're consolidating here this year, just new high after new high after new high. And then the RSP, like you were talking about, we're close to another new all-time high again. Right? We made a new all-time high a couple days ago, pulled back like 1%, and everyone's saying, "Oh, well, we're done this time. We're down 1% from all-time highs. It's time to really talk about all the bearish stuff and panic, and then rip from there." And it's kind of like I shared something in our little company chat, our company WhatsApp there about how someone did this big analysis using Claude and AI scraping Twitter. And the average bearish post outperformed the average bullish post by almost double. So that's why you get all these people bearish all the time. They want the internet points, right? They're not looking out for your best interests. They're not nice people to you. They want the internet points, so they're going to say the most bearish thing.
It's also just the human instinctive, right? Everyone thinks the world is coming down on them. Barely anybody thinks that the luck is just on their side.
Yeah. Well. Those are people you don't want to hang out with, right? It's if they're everything's bad all the time. It's like, okay, well, I'm sure you're real fun at parties. If
it's how it is, man. I mean, you turn on the TV too much, you'll get like that,
Yeah, that's why I don't got one. Well, I got a TV, but I don't have any cable or anything attached to it.
It's the truth, though. You turn it on too much, you will. You're still turning.
No, no shot. The beauty of being a quant, right? Is I follow the numbers. The numbers have been looking great the whole time. I don't know. Everyone keeps talking about they're scared of stuff. I'm like, well, don't own the shit going down. That's your problem. It's not my problem. You're owning stock going down.
It's just people gets way too like tech heavy, man. They're
Yeah.
just so tech. It's why I keep putting up posts. I'm like, and they're still trading tech, and they're still trading tech because that's what you got to tell these people. Like, what is wrong with you? You're just like banging your head. Boom, boom.
Well,
boom,
and we learn
boom.
about it in the CMT. It's called recency bias, right? And recency bias just kind of states that
Yeah.
we gravitate to whatever the most recent thing is. People believe the most recent thing is more likely to happen than the thing that's further away. And the example you give is what's more likely, another global pandemic or someone landing on the moon. Well, it's far more likely that we're going to have someone landing on the moon before the next global pandemic. But if you ask people that in 2000 or 2020, they'd say, okay, well, we're definitely getting another one of these like right away. And it's the same thing with stocks. People always gravitate to the stocks that have been performing the best recently, which is generally why they underperform, right? They're not looking at the new, fresh breakouts. They're looking at the old breakouts that took place like 2 years ago. And so again, it sounds callous, but it's like, hey, if you're getting killed in this market, that's a skill issue, right? That's most stocks are going up.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And for me, I'm a trend following kind of guy. I was in a lot of growth and momentum into this year, and you know what? It did really well. Then I started doing real bad, and I started getting stopped out. Some for profit, some
Yeah.
break even, a lot break even, some not break even, and that told me, hey, I'm not going to put more money into these until it starts working again. So I've been adding into other areas and kind of building out that barbell because hey, man, tech was working. I got overweight at tech too, but I'm just not going to die on the hill.
Well, and that's the other side of trend following, right? People will say they're a trend follower, but they're basically just buying the stuff going up with no plan on how to get out of it when it stops going up,
Well, what
right?
do you
So
mean
the two trend following liars are the ones that buy the stuff going up and take profits right away, right? Then you're not sticking with the trend. Then you're using an arbitrary price target, something that generally makes you feel uncomfortable, and you're getting out because it made your feelings feel bad. And then the other liars of trend following are the ones that just buy the stuff going up and think that they're going to go up forever and don't have the plan to get out. That's why, again, all of the great trend followers have a plan for both. I'm going to buy the stuff breaking out. I'm going to have a plan to get out when it stops going up, and I'm going to buy the next stuff breaking out. And understanding that most trend following has a sub 50-50 win rate, and that's okay, right? Because eventually you just nail a trend on something that just absolutely skyrockets, and you're doing fantastic.
Absolutely.
So it's the rotation is part of the trend following, right? It's part of the, okay, now I'm going to sell this, and I'm going to buy the next trend that's developing, and so on and so forth. And yeah, people, like whenever I hear someone, they say, oh, I'm a growth stock trader. I'm like, oh, that guy's not going to make it in the long run, because he's like identified as like, oh, I trade commodities. I'm like, well, what do you do when commodities don't do anything for 20 years? Right?
I cry,
You just,
Michael. That's what.
right? You just be a trader and trade things that are happening, right? Huge
learned this
pop here
by
is FYI in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think you should pigeonhole yourself into one area. This is why I think, and I always say this, guys, and you guys hear me all talk all the time, that my edge isn't in my strategy. My edge is in understanding sector and industry rotation.
Fishing in
So
those
it's
right
not, you know what I mean? Because like I could take that strategy and play the wrong areas right now, and trust me, it will give me bad returns. Right? Like it's not just always just you can throw any strategy at any market and it perform well. That's just not the way it works. Right? And so that's why I always say, yeah, you play a good strategy in a good area and the probability is way higher in your favor, right? Like just right off the back. So always trying to find where numbers and quantitative action, right, can support you immediately, right? Give you that backing, right? That's why Michael does so much back testing. That's why he's doing so much of that hard work to get the data behind him. Because at that point, you feel like you have something to fall back on, right? You're not just willy-nilly saying that this works, right? You know that this works. Things like that is really how you start to make a turn, right? So those traders that are struggling, listen to these types of things, right?
Well, and right in the systematic community, we always say you're not building the strategy for the trader right now. You're building the strategy for the trader who's in a drawdown and has the ability to stick with that strategy, right? Because the worst thing that most traders do, that the problem that they get into, is they trade a strategy, it works well, it gets into a small drawdown, they jump ship, and they go somewhere else, and they do something else, and they probably jump ship at the very worst time, probably right when the strategy the equity curve would bottom and start to move higher. So yeah, again, I'm building the strategy for the future me that's, in a 20% drawdown, right? The last, well, I'd say 2 years have been amazing, but I know at some point they're not going to be. And having the ability to continue to come in every day and hit the buttons and set up the systems and let them run, that only comes from having a crap ton of data of what happened in 2020 and 2008 and the year 2000 and all of that. So that's what really gives me, like, people ask all the time, why are you never worried about anything? It's like, well, 'cause I've seen what happened in like the worst possible markets, right? Most of my strategies have like a worst drawdown of like 25%. So I'm all right with that, right? It's gonna happen at some point, but a lot of that happened either the year 2000, happened in 2008, or some of the faster strategies in 2020. And again, you have in the last 20 years tons of bear markets to look at, and they were all different. They all had different narratives behind them and reasons, but you have the data for them, so you should be able to go back and kind of test, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Bitcoin's ripping here.
Yeah, SPYs too.
Looking
going on up, testing a liquidity level that looks like it's going to break and reach up for one more, about 4 points higher. Going to see if we can hold that. I like ONDS here, still very constructive.
So what scared everyone here? What was that? This one was the software, right? What was this narrative that spooked everybody?
Like, this Friday? What day is that?
That would have been Thursday, I think the 12th.
Well, we started to see different rolling themes start to drop. You started to see space stocks start to lose altitude.
Yeah.
You had sand dust starting to drop. Those are the things. That's why I'm watching those areas, right? It's not so much software anymore that I think matters. That's just the trend that's continued on the downtrend. But if you're gonna get the market to turn, it's because it's the euphoric areas in the market turning. MU, it's the vital trade, guys. If you're wondering where the money is actually being made in tech, it's like MU, ASML, right? It's not NVIDIA, man. Like, I feel like, like that's where like your big money is parked, but that's just because they're parking money, right? That just makes sense in the long run. But I think if you look at it, right, it's your sand dust that's continued, right? And WDC, it almost broke a new high. It's right now almost at 300 WDC. Wow. So
wild. And this is one trade that Michael, I think you'll be proud of me for actually following the trend, even though I was late on it. I just recognized a little too late on Micron that this thing was not going to slow down, and that's where the liquidity draw was. And it felt bad at the time to buy. What was it? I was buying, I think in the 130s. No, I was thinking of the leverage. Let me look at the real chart. It was the consolidation. Okay, it was 320. Yeah, 320 was my entry, and it felt bad at the time.
Right here.
It was just surfing those moving averages and looked like it was consolidating to just keep on following. Honestly, it looked like silver. So I was like, how can I not be in this? And I just kept every day I would check. Did it lose the 9-day moving average? Nope. All right. Easy trade until it got to 450. Easy sell just because that was a round number. And sometimes you don't have to be smart to look like you are. I didn't mean to top ticket. It just was the round number. So now.
Well, and the you bring up another important point when it comes to the reason. So trend following works, and it has for 100 years plus, 200 years, and it probably will for the beginning of time. But this reason why I talk about why it's so hard is that's why it works, is because it's so hard. And you kind of hit the nail on the head of one of the things that's hard is that if you are trend following, the thing has to already be going up to make the trend. So you are by definition, buying the thing that has already been going up for a period of time. So it becomes really, really hard to, hit the button, especially, God forbid you owned it earlier. You owned it at, even like 5 years ago, you owned this thing at like $20 a share, and now you got to force yourself to buy it at 300 and something later. And yeah, it's really hard, but it's just one of those psychological things that makes it hard for people to do. And that's always been my theory about why trend following works, is because it is the most uncomfortable way to trade. One of my favorite systems is a pullback system, and it's only one of my favorite systems because it hits my feelings good, because it's like I'm looking for something that was really strong and now it's come back a bit, and then I buy it. And it's like, it's not my most profitable strategy. My most profitable strategy is my kind of breakout strategy, but my breakout strategy has a 45% win rate. So I bought this, like, for example, I'm just looking at some things that triggered today. ASML, right? This chart looks amazing. And, I bought a little bit as it broke this high today. There's a 60 some odd % chance that this thing just, gives me a real bad time. But over the long run,
this is one of the most vital stocks to this rally if it's going to hold.
I agree.
And so this is what you need to be also watching too. But Michael, it's not a bad name, right? It's like getting Sandusk right now. If these names go higher, I think Sandusk breaks the high and it's right back through 700, and anybody that shorted it feels like an idiot, right? So
Yep.
And
that's trading for you guys. That's trading. That's for sure.
I love it.
And part of it too is that with my studies of these breakouts and continuations, is they should work right away, right? They should continue pretty quickly. So when it comes to mean reversion and pullback, those usually get pretty loose stops, and they're allowed to wiggle, they're allowed to dance a bit. But the breakout and the trend continuations, they're like right or right out trades, right? This thing will either break here and continue over the next couple of days, and I'll be selling it Monday, or it will come back kind of into this area and I'll stop out immediately. And that becomes, again, a really hard trade to make, but it is what it is, right? And it's hard, and that's why I think it works. And I think that's the hardest part, and I talk about this all the time, is the hardest part is I'm holding this thing until Monday. If this doubles from here, I have to sit in it. I have to, have that. And most trend followers use some sort of trailing stop, and it's got to be loose enough that you're not getting triggered at all the time. So the whole, as soon as I'm in profit, I move stops to break even. That will kill you as a trend follower. It'll murder you.
Think about this kind of middle ground. This is a strategy that I have toyed with, and it's kind of high maintenance. But what do you think about on these swings, just free rolling ASAP? Say you get a 5% pump in your direction, and you just take enough off that if it comes back and breaches your rising 9-day moving average, then you'll be out break even. What do you think about that, just to secure the mental game of like, okay, now I can let this trade work and not have to worry about the littler movements because I've kind of locked in my profit on this first initial move? Do you hate that too?
Yes. and for the reason of, like, so mentally, and I'm one that I will always, whatever you got to do to get your mental game in order, right? If it's suboptimal, still do it, right? It's the whole thing about, if I can give you the most optimal gym, you go to the gym, you say, you do this, and this is the most optimal thing to work out. If you hate it, you're not going to do it anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? But yeah, you got to just remember what you're doing in that case, where you're, by definition, cutting your winners and then keeping your losers to a full stop. Like by design, you're saying, okay, well, if this thing is a winning trade, I'm going to get out of it relatively quickly, at least some of it. And if it's a losing trade, I'm going to hold the whole lot until I get stopped out. So you're skewing that kind of by design. And again, all the study I've done trend following, and there's just tons of 100 years of trend following is actually a really good paper that people have written that studies the whole 100 years. And the idea is it follows the 80-20 principle really well. So the maximum gains you can make from trend following is really sticking with those large winners. But again, whatever you got to do to make your mental You know, at the end of the day, you got it. You're a human, right? You can talk about what's optimal, but really, it's going to be what you're going to follow is going to be the most important thing.
That's
Starting to
so
see some
right.
big cap names start to get the lift there. So Microsoft, Tesla starting to get the lift there. You could start seeing some big cap rotation come in where you see some names kind of falter out and money go back to some big caps. So just keep an eye on that as the rotation kind of shifts here into the afternoon. That's how you keep this SPY rally going, right? So how do you keep it going here? You just move some money back into those names, right? So those names were on the sideline here, and then now you can start to see those names start to get the push. You're seeing Microsoft lift there, Tesla lift. We talked about Tesla early. It's in the cyclical space. It's a perfect stock to say maybe a little bit of a push today. It has nothing to do with catalyst. It has nothing to do with anything out there that Elon's saying. It has everything probably to do with rotation, right? And that's
Yeah,
how
I was gonna
trading
say
is.
because I'm sorry to step on
No,
you
no,
there.
go
I'm
ahead.
so excited looking at this Amazon chart. It's the first day it's broken a historic losing streak. And what sector is that in? You know, that XLY with Tesla there. So we might be seeing those kind of move in tandem there. If money's coming into Amazon, it's coming into XLY. If money's coming into XLY, it'll be coming into Tesla, and you can kind of see that basket effect. So I think I really like that kind of shift back into the megas just to lift us to the next level because they
Yeah.
have been underperforming. There's a lot of places to dump money if you're a institution.
And don't forget what's next week, NVIDIA earnings, right? So
Oh yeah,
that
baby.
can all come into play, baby. We'll see what
Yeah,
happens in the
we don't do
afternoon
those
here.
parties anymore with Nvidia earnings, do they? Where they like shut down a bar and they all watch the TV.
They do
That
them in
was
New York, like
hilarious.
very rare New York ones. They'll still do earning celebrations for different stocks, but it makes sense in New
Crazy.
York, right? Probably doesn't make sense in like rural America. There's not that many Nvidia traders, but there should be maybe. Um, hey, start the party,
Maybe.
Michael. You do the party.
Yeah,
You host the party.
me and the one other trader that's probably up here in the middle of the woods where I live. We'll go to the local pub. It'll be great.
I don't know if I trust that guy.
Yeah, no.
The middle of the woods. Maybe you stay on your side of the woods. I'll stay on my side,
Yeah,
dude.
exactly. We'll go to different pubs, but then talk about it later.
All right, guys. It's like always. We'll keep going and catch Steve later today on the Power Hour and the earnings stream. Michael, we'll see what happens in the market. Nice little bounce back action there as we look to see what can continue to lead. We'll see if some rotation comes back to those big tech names. Of course, software will be on the watch all day long. VIX has been going down all day long, so keep your eyes on that too, right? You start to see spikes there. Well, then you start to get a little bit concerned for the time being. The eyes are starting to see those start to go down. And as that comes down, you'll start seeing the boats and the trends continue to lift. Leading the market today on the upside, basic materials, technology, and cyclical names as those get the bid. And not too bad of a day there, guys. Hope you guys have a good one. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Now to bring you guys over to the screener side and keep things moving. See you guys over.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy. I'm Steve Tylen. I'm here with Trade the Pool, and we are doing Power Hour. We've got some spicy action today. We had big up. We have some big down here into Power Hour. We're coming back into where we kind of led the day off, where we kind of jumped out of off of the 685 handle. We are trading right back down. We round tripped a $3.50 move, but you know what? I'm kind of thinking this might catch for a little bit. We're playing footsies with some pretty key levels that I want to show you on the daily chart. Forgive the mess, but the important things are a few of these moving averages that we're playing with. So we're going to take this off for now. So here's what's important. Hey, Talk, how you doing? You felt kind of bad when you sold in the morning, Talk? You sold those industrials? Not so bad now? Yeah, I mean, so this is what I was kind of afraid of / hoping for. So we got the wick up here. We got the wick up into this 50-day, into the 20-day, this yellow, into the 9-day, these 3 EMAs all clustered together. We wicked above. We cleared resistance. I had a fair value gap here that I was targeting for the long. So that's where I sold my long, right into the 689. And got a little short, sold way too early. I sold into the back test here, but now we're under this moving average, and we have to entertain the possibility that maybe this was a last gasp for bulls to come back up and retest this as resistance before carrying on down. That being said, we could still negotiate this week, close above it, and maintain structure. But I got to say, this looks like on the daily a reach into internal liquidity and finding sellers after showing that it probably wanted to go lower with these multiple ticks low, multiple swings low. So yeah, Talk's mentioning a few other things as well. Hey, Crow, good to see you. And essentially, let me scroll up here. Talk's mentioning that we had a bad 20-year bond auction. We can take a look at TLT real quick. And this is kind of an interesting chart as well. But we have some shake and bake. Let's see what else is happening here. Got some Fed comments. I've been out of the office for the last hour or so I'm still catching up here. But to me, looking like we are possibly seeing this potential move lower starting to form out. So intraday here, I do think that we can bounce back. I'd like to see another retest of that 50-day tomorrow at 687.50. So I'd like a reach up to there. We could see a little push into power hour here. Let's see if we can get any traction. And where we'd be looking for if we do get a move long here, probably not much more than VWAP here. Like I said, this 687 to 687.50, it's all going to be super congested here. And Talk's looking at a short of metals. Interesting. I think that they are in the bottoming process, but I mean, honestly, in the past couple weeks or in the past week or so, in these consolidations, if it's up, you can short it overnight. If it's down, you can long it overnight. Just about. We can look at FCX, for example. This one's playing games with me. It stopped me out once. I took a starter this morning, and now I'm right back to just about break even. So, a little lower than break even. Yeah. So I got to see if this is going to close above these moving average clusters. Otherwise, I'll cut it and I'll wait. I don't feel like getting dragged. I was thinking we'd get something like this, and I'm not so sure. What I do like on the hourly for FCX is I think that it's trying to form a head and shoulder or an inverted head and shoulders. So the one swing down, there's the head. This is the right one. And then we could also zoom in on this hourly and see a little mini one that could be forming with a left shoulder here on this wick down, then the head down here to 59.20. And then the right shoulder, maybe it comes down and fills this gap at 61. So I wouldn't like to see too much violation under the 61. It can tag this big volume profile node, but I'd like to see it just hold, basically wicking into this low volume node on the left side of the screen and then catching and moving on up out of this pennant. But hey, I gotta respect when good traders are shorting it. So, that's just one more little bit of evidence in the maybe I should cut pile. So moving on back. China's still closed. Yeah, that's definitely helpful for seeing the overnight moves in the metals. A lot of the commodity moves seem to be getting their traction overnight with the Chinese market, especially like the lead and tin kind of moves. What else are we seeing? Say it ain't. So you like Palantir long? I was thinking of Palantir shorting again. I wish I took it this morning off the 140 just as a little bit of an extra hedge. I was looking for this 9-day, but now I am starting to respect that it is curling, it is rounding out, and we do have a potential short-term bottoming structure. I don't think it's going to hold. I think it's going lower, but I could see a move up to 146, potentially up to 150 maybe. I don't know. I need to watch and see what it does when it pops back into this cloud a second time. I think I missed my short at the 140 though. It seemed like it was pretty good. Yeah, Palantir Z, absolutely. That's what I was in. I took profits a couple days ago when we broke this low, just because that's my strategy. So I still have a quarter position on. I wanted to add back. The stop is above this 145. If it did stop there, I mean, honestly, I'll probably take that stop off because it's so close to this 50 or the 21. Yeah, I want to give it room to bounce up here and reject. But I do think that Palantir does have more downside. And that's just because, man, this chart, I mean, it's got so much room. I think it needs to head back down to this big volume node down here. Like that. I think that's home base. I think 75 is where we can kind of consider taking the short off. Carvana doing things. We have Carvana earnings coming up. That's coming up after hours. We're going to be talking about that. Meanwhile, it is trying to post a nice green day off of that rising 50 day. Decent, like multiple bears tried to force this down and couldn't find any traction, couldn't get the move. So if we look on a daily, what did I see? Was it a 4-hour chart I was looking at? I thought it caught right on something. Okay, it looks like it's trying to undercut the 200 here, and you can consider the possibility of a move like this into earnings on a reclaim and a push up. I don't know how I feel about this. We're going to talk about Carvana a little more as we go on here, since it is earnings coming up. What's happening on SPY? Let's go to the 5-minute. So trying to hold and just not finding much of anything here. On the book map, I'm seeing just kind of empty space. There's a little bit 5 points down, but really not much. Crow's calling out SNSE. Let's take a look at that. I'm going to keep SPY open on the left here so we can keep track while we bump around the market. SNSE puts 2-1 on Carvana. Okay, so some big bear flow coming in. SNSE, this is, wow, okay. I'd consider this a mega high end type flag. I don't know what this thing does, but it is up 400%, 200%. Only 200%, guys. Well, still pretty impressive there. It is coiling right under VWAP. So I think the long would look something like, unless you're just buying it off a support zone, where would it be? Still kind of rejecting. So I'd like to see it sweep this previous high and then retest VWAP. And I'd like to get in there if I find buyers off of the VWAP. I think that's how I'd look at that. Talk, you madman. You want to short semiconductors and silver? How bearish are we? I mean, I'm getting pretty bearish. I'm not going to lie. But I still got my longs on. Monetized my 0DT shorts a little too soon. A little too soon, a lot too soon. I monetized into VWAP. That felt bad. So I was selling my puts up here, bought them somewhere up here. Looks kind of silly now, but hey, I was not expecting this much of a fadeaway. I thought we would maybe see a 50% retrace and then catch. But as you can see, we plunged straight through that 50. And if I reverse these fibs, see, now we're playing with the golden pocket. So we did run the stop run fib. We did get head up at the golden ratio fib. So 684.20 and 685.25. That's kind of our little bracket zone here that I want to see where we can scoop out some support, hopefully. Or hey, you know, we take a little trip downtown. So another thing, a little bit bearish. If you look at this like 3-day chart, intra-week chart here, kind of looking like a bear flag. I'm going to change the color so you can see it. Kind of looking like a bear flag. That looks like a violation. I don't know. That's pretty tough. Try like that maybe. So not a great look, especially in the context of on like an hourly chart maybe. Ooh, I don't know. So the other the other way to look at it is we are trading back into the top of this kind of neckline, this kind of pillow top of support that we popped through. Now we're trading back. We're testing it as support, I should say. It was resistance. I would like to see it move up to 690 to 692 before we really dump. If we lose this pre-market low, then I think all bets are off there. I'm going to move my alert right there. And seems like we are still selling intraday here, or at least trying. Okay, let's see. Going around the horn here. What did I trade today? So SPY, I took the long. I think we talked about that. When I took it, let's talk about it. I was a little bit too bearish out of the gate, and I actually tried to short. Whoa, what did I just do? There we go. I tried to short. So what I did is I saw this big significant red candle and then a push up, and I thought, you know what? If we unwind, I could see a push down breaking the pre-market low, so violating that structure a little bit, and then a push back up to kind of that pre-market pin, and then rejecting there kind of off the VWAP, and then pushing down. So I got short right there at 684 just for a scalp. Well, you know, thought it was just for a scalp. We came down. It's not enough for me to lock in, and I stop out because I didn't think that this should happen. I didn't think that it should come back over if it was going to just roll. So I think it was just a bad read. My signals, my oscillators for me were giving a bit of mixed signals this morning. So I was like, I don't know. I'm going to err on the side of caution and lean a little bit bearish just because, you know, I got the antsy feeling. I got the feeling. And usually when I get the feeling, it's time to at least grab a hedge. So that was my strategy. But hey, you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So I figured I was wrong there when we broke this pre-market high. And then I said, all right, well, I don't know what we're doing. Looks strong here. And then it comes back down. Now I'm looking for proper structure. So now I'm looking for a higher low. And I'm looking for the buyers to step in. And I'm looking for basically a sign of strength. So I can't say that I bottom ticked down here, but I was sure watching like a hawk. And then this candle came and I bought like right about halfway up, right about 684.18 when it broke the previous wicks on that 1 minute. And that was good enough for me to take the bet and say, hey, if we were going to go down right out of the gate, I think we kind of would already. And now we are also this is the perfect time for me to take a trade. So I love taking trades 20 minutes to 30 minutes after market opens and fading the initial direction. That's probably my highest win rate setup. Often it looks like a failed breakdown in the morning, a first 20 to 30 minutes of washout, and then it finds a buyer, and I'm kind of, catching a foothold in there. And then very often you will get this move where, okay, we form this double bottom structure, and it happens right about at the first hourly flip there, the half hour after the market opens. And very often you can get this kind of just straight trend. And when it works, it works. So I sold this one early too. I said I sold 689. I didn't. I sold 688.50-ish, probably 688.30. I sold on this, I think. And if not this, I kind of forget. But somewhere in this little bracket, the idea just being, hey, roughly up to this blob. So that was my only real trade. Besides that, I did get short, but I got short early. I saw this as a sign of weakness. And then when this couldn't make a new high and it came down like this, I got short like on this break here through the 688.38. So I got chopped around a bunch. It was a 1 DTE. So by the time it came down here, I was like, hey, I'm up 30% after being up and down 20%. So I'm just going to take that. And it was dumb. I should have stuck with the play, but I kind of just, this was not really that fun. It was just a choppy kind of mess. And I kept, I was bearish. I did have a put, but I didn't have the conviction to really stick with it and follow the move through there. So let's see. We got some talk about ZSL ads here at 240. Let's take a look at that. Well, that's already working for you guys. Nice job. Okay, so this is ZSL. This is going to be 2x inverse silver. So silver goes up $1. This goes down $2. Well, silver goes up 1%. This goes down 2%, I should say. If this goes down $2, we're all in trouble because that means silver's like a 8,000. Okay, so hey, Imperator. Let me read this over. All right. Welcome in, by the way. All right. You've shorted MLEC today. Let's pull that chart up while I read this, and I'll do my best to help you out. The problem is that when I'm close to profit, or at least the trade is giving me a reason, I tend to move the take profit closer and closer and not leave where it is. Advice. Okay, this is a really common issue. I do this a lot too sometimes, and it's something that I've had to iron out of my trading. And every once in a while it'll kind of pop back up again. So I think there's a few things. The first is just to be really sure that you know your framing setup, your trade setup before you enter it, and that'll really help. Essentially. Sorry, I got distracted. Silver minis are flopping, guys. Short silver. All right. I'm keeping an eye on that trade, but I don't know. I don't know if it's got big legs, and I don't know if I'm fast enough to trade it like talk. Okay, so when you have a setup and you find yourself in a trade, and sounds like you're close to a level where you'd like to take profit, or it's like giving you a reason to stay in, and you tend to move the take profit closer. So it sounds like you're kind of moving the goalposts once you're already in the trade. What really helps with me is, like I said, just kind of making sure you frame the trade beforehand, where you go, okay, this is my entry, and if it loses this level, then I got to admit that I'm wrong. I got to step out, or at the very least, size down. I'm not going to be a dogmatic guy like, hey, if it's one tick below X level, you gotta cut it. But if it's not acting right, whatever that means to you and your system, you got to size down. And then if it's working, you add in. So you hear talking these professionals over here, Crow and talking about adding into silver as it's working. So if the trade isn't working, then totally valid to kind of size down. But in general, you kind of want to let the idea play out, right? So maybe if you give me like, okay, and I'm scrolling down and you're doing exactly what I was about to ask. Perfect. So Imperator saying at 1630 to 17, short the VWAP or the pre-market highs would be nice. If there were subtitles, I'm Italian and I speak English. Oh, well, welcome. I speak English quite poorly for a native speaker, so it's if you can understand me at all, you're doing good, brother. Welcome. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. Let's go over this trade a little bit in more detail. I'm going to have MLEX on the left here, and I do want to keep an eye on SPY still. Oh, these reaching wicks. Are we reaching a place of seller exhaustion into my handy dandy 1 hour trigger? If the trend is still up, if the past couple days is going to hold, I think this is about the last stop that it needs to hold. I don't want to see it going any lower. I'm also seeing on Bookmap, we've got a nice beefy level of support building up here. And again, this is a buyer attempting to catch us in this zone and hold the previous higher low that I actually longed from this morning, right about here. So we round tripped it, and now we're retesting the buyers that pumped us in the morning here. So I think that at the very least, this is enough to bottom for the day. I am not confident this bottom holds throughout the week. But hey, that's a decision we make up at the moving averages and see how the price reacts there. But to me, it seems like it's catching. Hercules Jack, you beat me to it. ONDS, I did enter ONDS today. I mentioned it yesterday on my focus list. I got whiffed. I wanted the $10 handle. It gave me, it looks like on this chart it did. Well, I did not get filled at 10. I chased it a little bit, 1020-ish or so. And I think I grabbed a little at 1020 and it started working. I got FOMO and I grabbed more at 1030. So for this one, I do really love this setup here. We're going to get into this. First, I want to go to MLEC. Sorry, guys. I'm all over the place. It's been a busy trading day. Lots of action. So we'll keep SPY up on the right here. SPY's doing its best to hold this line. And meanwhile, MLEC. So our friend, what's his name? Imperator. Okay, that's a cool name. So what he mentioned was, it would have been a nice short on the loss of that 1750 to 1650 kind of area, somewhere up there. So yeah, how would I play this? I'm not really a small cap trader by trade. I'm trying to learn, but I'm trying to embody my inner Kevin and Josh here, because I'm like soaking up small cap knowledge like a sponge, just being around there. So if you guys are small cap traders, be sure to check out their shows. Really good stuff. So what could we look for? So here's the point of control. That's the first level. I'd mark it out, but it's already on my screen, this dotted line. So that's the level. Really important for me with small caps. It's kind of very similar to how I use VWAP, where if a stock is in a squeeze, if a stock is moving on up and has that momentum, that bid, it should be staying above VWAP. It should be staying above point of control. And if it dips below, it should get just devoured. It should just get eaten right up, because we want to see that beach ball underwater type price action. So if I was Kevin and I was looking for a fade here, I would be watching, waiting. First off, we got to do our due diligence and go to the higher time frame here. Got to do our homework. So there's a big level. We mark the high there. We mark this zone here because this is where wicks came. Oops. Whoa. Losing control here, guys. There we go. So why did I draw this here? Because we had two wicks. We had an attempted basing here. We had big wicks on decent volume. Good volume there too. See that outlier in the volume? I know it's a little hard to see. I'll zoom in. So two big volume bars right there and there. So that showed me that this was a legitimate attempt and there was a lot of action. There was a lot of effort here to try to catch it and they failed. These top wicks represent a seller that was able to stuff that volume. So now we draw it out. This was another squeeze up attempt. This big wick up here squeezed up and formed a little pivot there. You could see that a couple days ago, we actually squeezed up to that and formed exact relative equal highs. So this is how you know it's acting really nice. I bet you dollars to donuts, this pulls back exactly 50%. Exactly 15%. That's what I'm talking about. So we had the squeeze up. This was shorts getting backed off. Shorts, of course, they're going to pile back in on a name like this. But in general, we're starting to see that trend shift from bearish to accumulation and bullish, looking for a squeeze. So then we get the squeeze. Where do we go? We transact this high exactly right at 12.97 to the penny, guys. In pre-market, cash session comes in, that volume sells us back to a reasonable level. Where's the reasonable level? Well, we're trading just simply on a 50% pullback of this impulse candle. This is about as clean as it gets. So now, where does it go? We reverse this to get our target, and there is our 1.27 fib, guys. Remember these fibs that I always talk about. The 1.27 fib at 1714 represents the area where, if this previous range that we just formed is going to break out bullish, where would it maybe get stuffed? Where would that breakout maybe get stopped and stomped down by these shorts that we know are still active? And we know they're still active here too, because this yellow zone, remember, that's where they stepped in before. So between those, we can estimate, or we can expect that the 17 to 1750 or 1714, and I'll give you a little bit more alpha here. This is from Kevin Avery, and he always says, watch that 0.20, that 20-cent handle. Whenever you're looking for a short, watch for the bears to step in at the 20-cent handle. So that's really, what is he saying? He's saying that bears will step in, but not right at the dollar level, not right at that level that everybody's kind of having on their screen and watching. And it will overshoot, get everybody excited for this big breakout of the range, and then fade it back into the range. So, well, what does that sound like? It sounds a whole lot like this 1.27 fib. So for me, I use the 1.27, but in general, you're just kind of, it's just like the general idea of being very aware of where they might overshoot a move before selling it. Okay, now we've properly framed this. I'm going to bounce back to SPY really quick. Yeah, it's still selling, guys. This is gnarly. This is just weak. Looks bad. Not going to lie. So, does not spark joy yet, but you know what? I still do see the book map level on the tape. So I think it's just going to play games here, and we can't really know for sure what's going on till we break a level with conviction. So I'm going to put a little alert under here. I just want to see what's happening if we break under here. Really not too interested in like a big washout breakdown immediately unless we just puke this 682.87. If we do, I'll cry because I had 683 1 day or 0 DT puts. No, one DT, and I sold them way early. Oh well. Back to the MLEC trade. So now that we have our potential short area, we got to zoom in and actually find where we would enter. So we're watching it surge in the morning, and it comes up. We're even going to go to a 1 minute so we can really see where the sellers stepped in and how violent it was. So big, looks like maybe a halt and a gap. No, I don't know. Maybe a halt and a gap up. Maybe just choppy tape, just gapped up. Big move up, just riding, surfing these moving averages. See on my ribbon? I just trust the ribbon. On these ones where it's super high momentum on a 1 minute chart, this ribbon should hold for the scalp at least. So we get up here, we see a little bit of a topping wick. We're over this zone that I had marked out previously, and now we are waiting for basically a top to get put in. So we finally get some sellers. Are we ready to short? No, not ready to short. Not ready to short. Why? Because I don't know what's going to happen. This could just be another one of these. All that we're doing is trading back into this cloud. So what I need to do is have a better reason than that. So now we try to break out again. I mean, incredible consolidation right into the ribbon, just as it should. Tries to break out again and smack. So after I see this candle, I'm interested in shorting. You can define your risk at the high of day. You can say my stop is here. And I saw one mean candle that I don't think is good. I think it's a big sell candle that came in at the top of the range, and it is high volume. So that's enough of a thesis that I could understand why you would take the short here. You can also, we'll talk about waiting for more confirmation too. But if you did, I would just wait for this candle to close and wait for the 1 minute candle to try to push up. And once it loses this low and shows that, hey, nope, we're still going down, then I would say that's a valid entry. And you define your risk over here. And that's still going to be a wide stop. Remember, even if you're doing this, that's a 10% stop. So remember to size small on any of these guys. So anyways, if you did take it there, just boom down to VWAP, you trim. Just in case. You just trim just in case. Then we start to consolidate and try to kind of curl over and reclaim a bullish short-term trend. This is where I really like this 50-minute moving average for these scalps, because on these big momentum moves, you're going to get pretty extended from this 50. And usually midday or mid-morning, depending on how hard the whip up and down is, you will retest this, and it can give you a really good idea of whether it's going to hold the trend or not. So for example, this was sharply rising and we cut underneath it. We retest it from below, and this is an area you could add because, again, this is like basically right at the top wick previously at 1665 that we had swept out. And then, as you can see, there's just an initial sell. So for why this caught here, I think that what you would be looking for is on this volume profile here, you would be looking for basically these low volume nodes. So for example, when you take this short from up here, you're looking for this node down here, this little low volume node. So that correlate or aligns right with VWAP, so it makes a lot of sense. And then the next sell, it's going to reach from this high volume node and slice through down to the next low volume node down here. So 14.15 is where I would have sold, right around there. And then you can always just keep on playing these. If you get the idea right and you're like, I think it's a short, and then it works, and then you go, I think it's going to reject this, and it works, and you just had 2 successful trades, well, put a third one on when it comes back up to your level. Say, hey, I bet it's going to try to test this node again, and it's going to reject. So you can wait for it to climb back up here and start to show weakness. So again, we can zoom into the 1 minute cloud, the 1 minute cloud here, and say, all right, I'm expecting a lower high this time. I'm not expecting it to go this high. And again, you got to have a stop. And again, this, if it was like my third trade, and especially when it's a little bit further down like this from the highs where I'd be defining my risk, this would be a 1/4 size of the initial trade, probably, maybe 1/2. But basically you're not going to risk giving more than I made, but I do want to press the trade because if I think I'm right and this thing can get aired out really hard, well, I want to be involved. I want to be able to basically carve out a nice little position that I can actually hold. So, your sizing is right if you aren't looking at your screen every 5 minutes, if you're not sweating bullets, if you can sleep fine at night. These are the kind of signs where if your sizing is right. So say we're looking to short pop above this point of control and then a rejection. So we get the pop, looking kind of scary. If you bought this blind, you'd be sweating. You'd be down almost $1. Pretty crazy moves. So then flags back down, tries to break out of this little mini flag and tries to hold this yellow ribbon right here. See that yellow ribbon, guys? Let me change my my crosshair so you can see a little better too. Can make it a little darker than that, sorry. The retina searing magenta. All right, and then we'll do full lines. Okay, now we're cooking. Thanks for bearing with me here, guys. So say you got back in on the loss of this VWAP plus this down wick here. See that? So that's a good place to take that short again. And so now, since we waited for the pop up in the loss, now we're saying, okay, if it goes back above here, that's my risk. So now you take your stop, Bring it on down there. And so now trades on down. Where's your next target? Well, we already negotiated this low volume node. The next is probably going to be to either test this high volume node or sweep under it. So I would like that 13, but I would settle for just the middle of this thing, like the 1491. That would be another fine trade because hey, that's from 16 to 14, $2 for a third gimme trade. Heck yeah. All right, so do we get it? Down to 1350 or so. So yeah, so it's the same thing. We sweep the bottom of this high volume node at the bottom. So see how it's kind of methodically just going from level to level, checking each spot. So that's how I would look at this. And sorry guys, I've fallen behind on comments. So let me catch up with these. All right. Okay. So what do we see? I'm yapping too much. So SPY, remember, we were looking at this area saying, hey, it doesn't look good, but I think there's a buyer sitting here. I'm seeing these bottom wicks. I'm seeing some tapering off of the volume. And specifically on the book map, I was seeing that pocket of liquidity resting right there. So we mentioned that we are seeing the push off that. And given the time of day, I think that will mark the low of the day here. I hope. Otherwise, we could see a little bit of a washout, but I'm not betting on it. So a few things to note here. We are at the hourly trigger. I'm going to zoom out to an hourly chart. We are still holding proper structure of a higher low on this hourly chart. It doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel super great. But I can't say for sure that we're going down, you know? So I just gotta, what I'm doing this week is I'm waiting for real fat pitches to setups that I think are really high probability and maybe not so contingent on growth going up or SPY going up, the mega caps going up. So we can talk about those in just a second. And I'm using those to kind of barbell the few positions that I do want to have for these risk on growth names. So things like ONDS, I have a position in that. We're going to talk about that next. But if the market goes down, that goes down too. It's down 4% from the highs, you know? So got to respect that. If I want to play the game of high growth into potential all-time highs when it can get washed out, I really need to protect myself. I need to not be invested too much in technology and too much in growth and all of these high multiple names that could get washed out really hard if the market just takes a header down. So we talked MLEC. I hear some rumbling in the chat on SNES. SNSE. I'm sorry. SNES would be a cool one. This is Sensei Biotherapeutics. Oh boy. Oh mama, look at that. So we talked about this path. Let's see if it tracks. So we got the sweep high. Is it going to squeeze straight up or does it need to come back and retest this 28-ish kind of area? With this kind of squeeze, maybe it doesn't need to go all the way back, maybe back somewhere around there. So let's see. We are seeing some top wicks. These are tough for me. I don't know if this might just rip on out of here without even looking back even a tiny bit. If it does, you could look to get a little foothold here with a stop under maybe this 27.46. But hey, we are extended now. Got to play carefully. If you're in this, congratulations. Really nice flag break. It's hard to say. And, just the one thing to keep in mind, I don't think it matters too much, but there are a lot of hourly top wicks, so that might be just a little bit of a sign of like a little bit of a hidden bearishness where it looks good on a 15-minute, maybe not quite as good on an hourly. I'm just kind of postulating, speculating. We are seeing this wick down right to this level I mentioned. Let's see if it holds though. Talk likes TBT. That's a bonds product, isn't it? Leverage bonds or ProShares ultra short 20-year. Let's go, baby. Now this is pod racing. This is spicy. So, are we playing a head and shoulders breakdown here? Is that what we're kind of seeing, Talk? I kind of see this. Look at that. A little area of interest here. And really, I'm going to just keep it simple. And I'm going to go the high volume node on the left, my volume profile here. I'm going to draw it down to where the shelf kind of ends right here. And yeah, I think that's a pretty good neckline. We will do a little doodling. Is that a head and shoulders? Very well could be. And yeah, just shout out Imperator, by the way. You're learning two hard things at once. You know, trading's hard, and now you're learning English on top. I think English is the silliest language. every every other language I've learned a little bit of, I'm like, wow, this seems like it makes more sense. Why is this the one? Why are we doing this? I don't know. So that's the attitude you need. Just keep on grinding. TBT here is a little bit interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I don't know what to do with it right now. Long TBT, I guess. So there's another hedge for you there. So SPY on the 5 minute on the left here. We're going to take a walk around the market in a second. We'll start with BE. But yeah, SPY here, just holding. On the 5 minute, it's retesting kind of the base that it's trying to build here. So now it's going to be the area where I would expect, hey, there's going to be a little bit of sellers. We want to negotiate in this range and potentially form a little mini W off this basing zone. So we go down, we go up, maybe we go down like that, start building like that up to VWAP. That's the kind of construction I'd like to see if we are holding this low. If not, well, then this big bull stick, that's going to get eaten back up. And if we lose that, look out below. That's what I'd say there. Okay. All right, let me reach back and find some more comments. You guys are active today. I love it. Thank you so much. Making my day a lot more fun. Sometimes the comments don't work and I'm sitting here talking to myself. That's no fun. Okay. Imperator saying he does everything right but gets caught up in the emotions. Hey man, you know what? Sometimes I do too. And you know what? I think it's just about, to me, it's like meditation, you know? Meditation isn't saying like being good at meditation isn't saying like I'm going to sit down and instantly be Zen mode in the zone. It's just like about catching yourself as your mind wanders. So your mind wanders, and each time you catch yourself a little bit sooner. So your emotions are going to wander. You know, you're going to get a little bit of FOMO. You're going to get a little X and Y. But we can set up frameworks, like a scaffolding, like a set of rules to help protect us for when our emotions are at our low points. You know, because the market will prey on those low points, and if you succumb to the emotions instead of sticking to the plan, well, they're just going to rob you blind. You know, it's incredible how efficiently the market can separate scared money from that money. You know, it's truly a very cool thing to watch from a complex systems perspective, from a psychological perspective. Okay, SPY getting the push up here. We swept over the starting to form base. So what I look for when I'm looking for the end of a sell-off here is on like a 5 minute chart or a 1 minute, you know, something low. I'm looking for a bottoming type action and then a push up. And yeah, it's going to get rejected the first time, but this level we push up to, this kind of becomes the neckline that we need to reclaim. And that's the neckline of that W here. So we got the push above it. We got the tick above it. That means that at the very least, there is an incentive for bulls to try to bottom out here. So we can see now it's a game of how strong are these bulls that are trying compared to the seller that smashed us down here. So often where that battle will kind of take place, you know, the bears they'll monetize some here and they'll let it push up a little and they'll wait to pick their spot. Maybe it's VWAP. Maybe if they're really aggressive, they smash it right down here. I don't know. Let's find out. But in general, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Going on to some trades that I think might be fat pitches, might be really nice setups. BE is a wild one. BE, I was so sure that this thing was going to break down horrifically. And you know what? Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. I think this is a very compelling chart again. Let me doodle a little for you here. I'm going to change this template to... There we go. So excuse the wild crayons here. We're going to clean it up. But in general, what I'm seeing is this falling wedge. This falling wedge that just got popped, and now we are testing. What I'd like to see is a sweep of this previous level high at 160.48. So 160.48, if we sweep above that, then I'm in buy dip mode, because then I would assume if we are breaking this range, we can come back and test internally maybe this downtrend line. Maybe we test some rising moving averages that kind of catch up around here, around the 155, 150 area. But regardless, it puts me in buy the dip mode when we have a bullish break of structure on a chart that could go parabolic, guys. Let's look at this. I don't think this name is done. I don't think this name's done. To me, this looks like a cup and a really tight handle forming. And this is intense chop, guys. This is like 20% range, 35% range chop. So they are working out a lot of kind of room for activities, so to speak. You know, they're kind of shaking the box on both sides. They are selling it when it rips and looks like it's going to go straight parabolic. And then the sellers step in, but they're just accumulating into this previous high, accumulating into this kind of top node of volume here. So I think this one's still on board. I think this one's still good to go. But just one more little anecdotal bit of evidence for this 1.27 fib. Look where this range breakout. We had this range. It tried to break out. Look where it tapped, just to the penny, right on that 1.72 before rejecting back to our consolidating supports. So I'm keeping a real close eye on this one. I do have a real small position. I trimmed it today because, I mean, we're up big and we're testing a neckline. So I want to have that buy the dip cash ready for this name. ONDS. This is another one. I'm really loving it. So I'm seeing a higher low. I'm seeing a higher low here on the daily, and I'm seeing that basically as a back test of the apex of this previous consolidation range. Sorry, I'm lagging a little bit there. So see this consolidation range, this big pennant, we broke out, we come back, and now we're rebasing right at the same level that we broke out from. I love these looks. So this is a name that I really believe in long term, and I've just been waiting. I sold it 15 some. Sure looks good, but it was a quarter of the position. I sold half at 12-ish, a quarter at 15, and I stopped out of the last quarter when we lost 13 there. So that was the setup for me, and I've just been sitting here waiting. And I tried it here, and I got stopped out. But I didn't take it off my watch list because I still believe in it, and I want to be involved in this name for a long-term position. I just didn't want to get dragged 30%. So now that I don't think I'm going to get dragged 30% anymore, I can buy some or start buying some. So I did start buying some today. Meanwhile, SPY on the 5-minute trying to negotiate this ribbon here, this moving average ribbon on the 5. You can see very clearly that when it flipped, we were donezo. Now, maybe it's time to reverse that. So just the reclaim of this ribbon is very similar to just like the loss of this ribbon. It's the same thing. We can go back one day, find another loss of this ribbon and see how we just fall. And when we reclaim it, we can surge. So it's just a really nice low effort indicator to have on your screen. This is a 9-day moving average, or a 9 EMA. So a 9 EMA is the bottom of this one, the blue. And then the top part of this range is the 21 moving average. So I have these on all time frames. I think they're absolutely essential. And yeah, that's what I'm yapping about. All right, I got to catch up on another batch of comments here. You guys are cooking. Talk saying AI must have a hard time with English language. Well, mine sure does. Sometimes I'm lazy and I'm like, I'll just take a screenshot of something. I'm like, just figure this out for me. What intonation are they talking about? And sometimes it just hallucinates so wildly that I'm like, okay, we're not quite there yet, guys. We're not quite at Skynet. It's around the corner, but not quite yet. You know what might be around the corner too? Some outperformance by XLV. So this is a swing trade I entered today. Ooh, it's looking real nice. You can see my alert right there. And when it came back and then reclaimed the 9-day right there, that was my spot to buy. So I'm in from 156.69. 156.69. And now I got to essentially see if I'm right here, because when I look high time frame, this thing looks beautiful. This looks ready to go to me. So we have just a really long base, right? Really long base here. We also have a really nice cup here and then nice consolidation. So we do have the potential that this is going to break down again, and we would need to form a big old W, but I don't think that's going to happen. To be honest, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that as money comes out of tech, if we do get a move down, that money should be barbelling into other areas of the market, and we should continue to see RSP increase. We should continue to see breadth widen, and I think eventually we're going to resolve up because, hey, you know what? I don't think the world's ending, so got to be bullish. But this is one that I just want to be in because it's good to have as a foil to your high leverage tech stuff. If it's thematic and starts working, it will just trend. And I don't know, I just like the chart here. So it's giving me the right look. And this is kind of a similar type of entry that I really like to get, where we're chopping out of this big base and moving averages are starting to curl up and on over like that. But we still get the little wicks back from the resistance into there. And this is acting absolutely perfectly. I mean, I was expecting a red day and then one more red day down to here maybe, and I was going to average in. This was just bada bing, bada boom. So I gotta be bullish on this. Another sector I gotta be bullish on, guys. Gotta be bullish on energy. But it's gone so high. But it's ran so far. If you bought XLE in June 2014, you are currently up 7%. There's room, guys. There's room. There is room for these names. That doesn't mean there won't be pullbacks, because if the market catches and tech gets a bid, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to raid the energy piggy bank here. They're going to wash this out a little bit, maybe 5-10%. Then we can start talking again. Long term, keeping the energy on. So I like PBR. I like PBR because I get the forex exposure too. I get the exposure to Brazil. Beautiful country, great economy, getting better, and I want to be involved in Latin America and the growth that we're going to see in the next 5 years. So PBR here, I think it's a long-term base, and when it goes, it's going to go. What'll make it go? Well, could be Brazil breaking out, could be energy breaking out, could be something else. I don't know. What I do know is I like the chart, and I'm in. I'm also in EC, Ecopetrol, South America. This is a Colombian oil play. This one's ripping, and I think it's got so much room. So yeah, I love these long-term. I don't care what energy does short-term. That being said, oh my goodness gracious, what are we getting, guys? This was a buyer, wasn't it? We talked about the buyer down here, and man, really nice move up here. So guys, if you got long here, take your bearings. We're coming back into VWAP. We are retesting essentially a bear flag. If we reclaim, sure, channel, we can keep on going. But guys, good time to take profit if you somehow manage to get in somewhere down here where we were talking. Crow, if I have a good year or two, I might be one of those rich gringos. Love South America. Absolutely love it. Oh man. Yeah, I want to do the full tour. I've done a little bit, but I want to see everywhere. So what do we got? We got the VWAP, and I just got to watch it here. So I would be locking in if I was scalping. I'd be locking in. We've got 2 minutes till mock. So be careful, guys. If you're in the Trade the Pool account, we're gonna lock up here in a couple minutes. So be sure to settle those trades. Get a nice little gimme, a little get out of jail free card pump here. And I think that my trading day is done. So let's recap. Ooh, such a good feeling when you check your account and it's higher than when you went on stream. I'm making money while I'm making money. All right. Imperator turtle trading is a great system that Talk and Crow know more about, but correct me if I'm wrong. It focuses on longer term horizons, on essentially, trend trading and catching these big moves and not sweating too much about smaller moves and volatility. That's probably a bad summary, so I'll let them fill you in if there's more to it than that. But it's a strategy that I want to learn more from, because as I get older, I'm getting more tired, guys. I want to stop working so hard watching every 1 minute candle. I love watching them with you guys. It's a lot of fun, but you know what? They're paying me for this. When I'm alone, sometimes I just want to get other work done. I just want to have my swing trade working. I want to have hourly alerts. Like, okay, if it loses this on an hourly, then fine, I'll do something about it. But I want my trades to just work for me, I want my money to work for me, not the other way around. That's the goal. Imperator, I check out So check out, there are auto subtitles that might do an okay job. And if not, look into AI translators, because I'm pretty sure they've been advancing really fast. So that's one area where AI can really help out with these, fast translation. So I'm sure there's a tool. I'm sure there's a tool that you can feed it a YouTube video, and it'll give you a transcript in your language. Yeah, don't hesitate to reach out to if there's something that maybe doesn't make complete sense. More than happy to help. More than happy to help. Yeah, Google has Translate. There's some options out there. The time is now. We have so many tools, guys. We have so many tools. It gets me really pumped. Whatever we want to build, we can build it. We can build it, and I'm building some stuff for you guys. We got some cool stuff, cool scanners, cool dashboards around the corner. Once I just stabilized my health here in the past week. So if you could put up with my brain fog the past couple weeks, boy, we're cooking going forward. Here's a chart I want to show you guys before I have to head out in just a few minutes to prep the earnings stream. In 10 minutes, we'll be starting that earnings stream. In about 3-4 minutes, I'm going to head out and set that up for you. But before that, I want to leave you with a really nice chart here. So this is one that I believe is breaking out today. I want to see it tighten up just a little bit more. I might just surge. I might have missed it. I want to get in off of this 9 moving average or this 5 moving average. So I want to get in somewhere off of the 120 to 121 area, 120, 150, something like that. I'd really like just a little pullback here, just to confirm, just so I know it's real off this kind of the high volume shelf. So yeah, maybe it comes down to here, 120. That'd be really nice. And we can sweep this wick, start looking constructive and pushing on up here. First target is 136. And that's because, hey, what did we do? We consolidated right into my stop run fib. So if we weren't going to break up to the next fib, why the heck are we spending so much time here finding price acceptance? This looks like a really, really clean cup and handle here. And if you zoom out, this chart it's looking like a unicorn. I got to look into the fundamentals. This just popped up on my radar last night. But to me, this looks like a move that's starting to go parabolic, not done going parabolic. So I'm quite bullish on this guy. This is a solar play of some type. Technical traders, man. We don't know what the heck we're buying, but but solar something. So very, very nice look there. And that reminds me, how did Sedge do? Solar Edge, SEDG. Oh, that's a solar earnings candle, all right. Big gap up. Hammer it back down. If you like it though, it's right back into this wheelhouse. I don't know though. This looks like it might need to let the air come out of it a little more. Regardless, the ETF tan here, we're rocking, we're rolling. A little bit of a bloody nose, but still going to close higher than the previous day on a breakout of a 5-day, 6-day consolidation range here. So I gotta like these. Let's see. What else we got cooking, guys? What else I got for you in 3 minutes here? Let's look at that FIG trade, because they're going to be reporting Figma. Is the bottom finally in on this one? Oh, this is really compelling. And I think you guys might be sniping here. Because this is starting to look like a constructive base. I will say, this also kind of looked like a constructive base to me, but this looks a lot better. Look at this double bottom here on the RSI, or my wave trend oscillator. We also have the histogram in the middle starting to peak up here. We have the velocity, this green line, it's ramping up, guys. It's ramping up as it breaks through this neckline. So this happened here too, but we could not get any actual progress. So what I want to see is the candles going with this oscillator. So we're not just running out of steam, treading water, going nowhere, which is what happens when you're forming a bottom like this. It takes a long time for the RSI to actually get constructive. 353 talk euro, my guardian angel. I should head out here. Oh, we got to look at one more chart because NAK got smacked down 40% on the day. And that is after recovering about, call it 13%. Oh my goodness. This thing got smacked. It got cut in half. So that's a broken chart for you. I'll leave you with that. We're going to real quick just look at the indices because, it's beautiful. We talked VWAP. That's your trim. We're pushing through VWAP. That shows me that, hey, onwards and upwards until we find sellers. Where will we find sellers? It could be the 50-day. We're going to jump on this daily, and then I got 1 minute before I actually have to leave. And then I'll be back in 5, so don't worry. We can keep on talking about this and all the other stuff. But this 50-day moving average, this is what we're playing footsies with. I got to say, I like the close right up into it like that.
Top wick isn't great, but hey, you know what? Maybe it's just a show of force. Maybe it's just a showing of strength. And now we're coming back and coiling here. I think it's a decent look. On the 1 minute, what are we doing? Let's see what this close is going to look like. Oh, we're surging up into it. I love it. I love it. All right, guys. So I will be back in just a few, and we are going to be doing earnings. We're going to have a lot to talk about. Let's see. Let me check my notes. I don't know where my notes are, but we got Carvana. We got a few other good ones. We got eBay, I know. We have Figma, FIG. We have a lot of gold miners and a few other silver miners, I believe. So good guidance coming in for these silver mining small caps. So that's going to be what's on tap. Thank you so much for joining, guys. I hope you had fun. I had fun. You can find me at Steve Tileman, SteveTeilmann. That's 2 N's, and that's on Twitter. You can find me in my Discord server. Totally free to join. Come on in. That'll be in my Twitter bio. Check it out. All right, guys, I'll be back in a flash. Thanks so much for joining, and don't turn that dial.